Good evening. We are calling this meeting to order. Great to see you all, trustees. It's being called to order at 5:04. 1.01 VCCCD ground rules and our board vision. Just as board members, just as a reminder, we have our ground rules in terms of how do we conduct our business with each other as a board. And so just something that we can reference to throughout the meeting if we need to. 1.2, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
It's recommended as presented.
Thank you. 1.3, changes to the agenda, consent items to be pulled, if there's any. Trustee Pachowski.
No.
Okay, give me a quick second, Trustee Pachowski. We have a new agenda. So 8.2, okay. Uh-huh. Are those the two items, Mark? Okay.
9.6.
Okay. Any other board members? Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, I thought we had a pretty lengthy discussion last month about coming to an agreement that we would make the request to pull items. So our student trustee would be part of that, and we could respond if necessary to any public comment and pull those items before open session. So I kind of was under that impression. We had a lengthy conversation about that. So I have.
You want to pull them at open session?
Yeah, I thought that's what we agreed upon. I have a list, but I'm struggling getting on the internet. But as of now, 7.01, 6.9, 8.5, and I think those are the ones I have as of now.
What was it in the 9 section?
Oh, no nines.
No 9s. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then we'll revisit the minutes, Trustee Chancellor, just to ensure if that's what we're going to do. It's been 2 months, so it might have just been an oversight. So my apologies if we were supposed to pull this in the open session. If there's any, we can do so. And we'll look at the minutes to see what was agreed upon. Okay. Okay. So if there's no other items, we are moving on to public comments.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichtel?
are we pulling 7.1, the special board meeting minutes, or removing that from the agenda? Or do you want to do that once we come back to open session?
We can do it now since it's in the consent.
Yeah. So the under 7.1, the June 21, 2025 special board meeting minutes will not be included in tonight's agenda. That's being removed from the agenda for tonight.
Okay. Trustee Pachowski? Okay.
And then Chair, I have a procedure question. I had some comments. That's why I pulled the minutes from the special board meeting on the Ventura Housing Project.
Mhm.
Since what's the Robert's rule or parliamentary rules for Brown Act? I have some comments about those minutes, but now that it's pulled, can we still talk about that since it was properly published as an agenda item? Nice.
Chancellor? Not if it's pulled? Okay,
Looks like Joey's coming up.
The item pulled is no longer a pulled item, then would comment on that.
okay. Thank you.
May I ask council a question?
Trustee Lichto?
Would a trustee be able to comment on that during their own report at the end of the meeting?
I mean,
As part of their own report, as part of their own comments?
generally, I mean, and again, I haven't watched, there's different, ways that different boards report. A lot of times the board reports are generally limited to what, their activities throughout the last couple of months on what they've done and what they've, so generally it's not a time when you're talking about specific agenda items, but it really just depends on what your practice has been, on how lenient you've been on those types of reports. But if we're talking strictly, what those reports are intended to mean, then I would say generally not. Okay?
Chair,
Thank you, Joey. Trustee Chancellor?
with that information, I would request that we do not pull that item because I have some specific questions regarding those minutes. But maybe you can shed some light on why the decision was made to pull that, because I know, and the reason why I make that request is there's a sense of urgency on the directive that the board gave to our chancellor from that meeting. And I want to, I didn't see it in the minutes, so I want to reflect on that a little bit.
So there was some information that was missing in the minutes. One of a major one was pulling from the reserves and the authority that the board gave to the chancellor and the amount of what was able to be pulled from reserves. That wasn't included in the minutes, and so it was an oversight. So we pulled it so that information can be included in the minutes, so we can see exactly what took place in the meeting. So that's why it was pulled, removed. You're welcome.
Chair Torres, if you can just go over the items that have been pulled.
Trustee Pachowski, you pulled 8.2, 8.3, 9.6, 13.7, and 11.2. And trustee Chancellor pulled 6.9, 7.01, and 8.5.
Can we also add 12.1 to that, please?
12.1.
Okay. If there are no further items to be pulled, we do have public comments. And so we have here first public comment by Ty Gardner. And I believe at the bottom it says presenting. I'm sorry if I mispronounced Alguiers Joel Seltzer.
Yes, so I will be presenting an item that will be presented in total by 3 speakers.
Okay. Oh, I see their cards here. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Chancellor McLennan and members of the board, the Science Division at Ventura College has suffered years of dysfunction due to poor management. The impacts on our students and faculty have become unbearable. For this reason, we are here to read you a resolution of no confidence in Dean Aaron Jones, Dean of the College of Science at Ventura College. Whereas since his appointment, Dean Aaron Jones has demonstrated a persistent pattern of absenteeism, failure to complete essential administrative tasks, and isolating managerial behavior, resulting in increased workload for faculty and a measurable decline in faculty morale. Whereas the hiring of both full-time and part-time faculty has repeatedly been delayed by several months, requiring faculty to work off contract and resulting in instructional assignments being filled late into the semester, filling classes with substitute instructors, poor quality instruction, class cancellations, and a department chair resigning to free up load to teach unstaffed classes and avoid cancellation, thereby negatively impacting students by depriving them of consistent early semester instruction or forced rushed replacements. Whereas, due to the delayed hiring decisions, full-time faculty and staff in the science division have repeatedly been required to exceed their contractual teaching loads, surpassing the standard full-time teaching equivalency of 1.0 FTEF as defined under Title V of the California Code of Regulations, with assignments reaching or exceeding a 1.55 FTEF load, leading to undue stress, burnout, and reduction in individualized attention to students. Whereas Dean Jones has routinely failed to complete time-sensitive administrative tasks in a reasonable timeframe, has not communicated clear timelines, and often requires repeated follow-ups by faculty or staff, thereby obstructing normal operations, creating unnecessary stress and confusion, and producing potential breaches of CBAs that have led to union involvement. Whereas Dean Jones maintains a limited and unpredictable presence on campus and enforces a closed-door policy that makes him largely inaccessible to faculty, even when on site. As a result, time-sensitive issues such as staffing unfilled classes are frequently delayed, leading to last-minute schedule changes, reliance on temporary substitutes, or outright course cancellations. These delays create an inconsistent learning environment for students and place an avoidable burden on faculty who must scramble to cover sections or adjust schedules, undermining their ability to provide stable, high-quality instruction. Whereas Dean Jones has shown a lack of collaboration on matters such as class scheduling and enrollment management, facilities use, and safety that have resulted in delays and/or errors that have resulted in additional work and/or costs. Whereas Dean Jones has altered faculty load calculations in conflict with a longstanding agreement without consulting the impacted faculty, resulting in pay discrepancies requiring additional pay and/or faculty returning
Okay.
pay to the district,
We-
resulting in significant stress.
Thank you. Camelia?
I'm going to just continue. Whereas Camellia Algiers, Biology at Ventura College. Whereas Dean Jones has cultivated a climate of frustration and discouragement amongst faculty and staff where professional effort is undervalued, open communication is stifled, and collective morale has significantly declined. Whereas the removal of dry eraser markers from the instructional space was carried out without faculty consultation, leading to significant disruption of instructions, faculty frustration, and campus-wide concern, and whereas faculty were limited to one dry eraser marker per person, with teaching supplies kept under lock and key in a restricted supply room, creating unnecessary barriers to instructional preparedness and raising broader questions about supply budget, administrative transparency, and the dean's awareness of the impact on such decisions on teaching and learning. Whereas the science division under Dean Jones has demonstrated a lack of science-specific initiatives that promote innovation, interdisciplinary collaboration, and community engagement in STEM education, where opportunities for collaboration efforts among faculty have been largely absent, and where the division has received minimal grant support or stipends to encourage faculty-driven innovation or outreach. Whereas Dean Jones has delayed or failed to schedule key evaluations and 10-year committee meetings, including failing to provide an improvement plan with the evaluation semester in violation of 12.7C4B of the AFT VCCCD CBA that states a copy of the improvement plan shall be provided to the faculty no later than 1 week after the final evaluation meeting. And where some evaluations occurred a full semester late and others so close to final exam, they added substantial stress for faculty under review. Whereas important college information, including budget updates, program review processes, and planning for the new science division modular building has not been communicated effectively or in a timely manner to faculty due to disorganized meetings and ineffective communication methods. Whereas faculty feedback on the performance of Dean Jones has not been incorporated into presidential recommendations to the Board of Trustees, thereby impairing oversight and transparency administrative evaluations. Whereas Dean Jones consistently delayed decisions on core administrative functions such as program review initiatives resulting in operational setbacks for the science division, delaying in purchasing and funding, and significantly stress for faculty who have taken an additional teaching responsibilities to prevent course cancellations and minimizing student impact. Whereas members of the science division have formerly shared these concerns with AFT 1828 multiple times each semester over the past 2 years, and AFT has presented them to President Claudia Loreto Habib on May 5th, 2025.
Thank you,
and
Camila.
there's no
Joe,
plan.
followed by Teresa Bowen.
Hi, Joe Seltzer, chemistry faculty member at Ventura College. Whereas the cumulative effect of this leadership failure has placed the academic mission, operational capacity, and public reputation of the science division at Ventura College in jeopardy, be it resolved that the faculty who serve as department chairs of the science division at Ventura College under Dean Jones, after consultation with their fellow faculty and lab technicians, hereby declare no confidence in the leadership of Dean Aaron Jones as Dean of the College of Science. Be it resolved that the faculty who have served as department chairs in the science division at Ventura College under Dean Jones formally request the immediate removal or reassignment of Dean Aaron Jones, given his role as Dean of the College of Science at Ventura College has become untenable. Given the urgency and gravity of this matter, we respectfully request a response within 48 hours. In closing, I would like to thank Chancellor McLennan and the board for their consideration and our express that our hope that we can work together to build a brighter future for our students. That's the end of the resolution. I have a couple quick personal comments. I do want to make it clear that every department chair voted in favor of this resolution. It was not a split vote. I also would like to say it as someone who's been at the college 20 years and loved working here. It pains me that that my division has become such a terrible environment to work in. I would also say I feel mainly, I'm not going to blame people, but I'm going to say there was a huge change in leadership during this process with our president and vice president leaving. The issues were brought to the former leadership and then they left and now we're stuck. They've been brought to leadership for a year and a half at least that I'm aware of. There's been absolutely no movement to resolve this. And at this point, you know, it's just incredibly, the morale is terrible. And I feel very, you know, disenchanted with my work environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa, followed by Hugo Hernandez.
Hi, I'm Teresa Bonham, President AFT Local 1828, professor at Oxnard College. I'm here to ask you to authorize your negotiations team to come to the table and reach a fair agreement with AFT on compressed calendar. In addition, I'm also here to share some of the concerns I've heard from faculty and to request some additional support training about what to do if ICE comes to campus, especially for faculty who teach in the evening and for faculty who teach off-site. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Hugo, followed by Lilia Rubalcaba.
Good afternoon, Chancellor McLennan and the Board of Trustees. I'm here. My name is Hugo Hernandez. I am an instructor at Moorpark College and currently the department chair, and am here to ask that you work towards the negotiation of the compressed calendar. I, as a department chair, am in charge of, with the dean, coordinating the schedules for our faculty months, in advance of the next coming semester. So it's important for us to settle this compressed calendar negotiations. That way we have some kind of clarity as to whether or not we're moving to the compressed calendar in 2026 or in 2027. It makes it much easier for us to plan. The movement to the compressed calendar also shrinks all that we do as department chairs in 17.5 weeks to 16 weeks. It might not sound like it's a big deal. It's just a week and a half each semester. But as a department chair, currently this semester, I am reviewing and evaluating faculty across 5 disciplines, and there are 17 faculty members, 11 who are part-timers, and 6 who are full-time faculty members. We do this in order to ensure the quality of instruction for our students. Each evaluation in the classroom takes 1 hour or 50 minutes at a minimum. And to do, 17 hours plus all of the write-ups for each evaluation, and then coordinating and organizing meetings with the dean and with the faculty members takes a whole lot of time, energy, and effort. And I'd like that to be recognized in this movement to the compressed calendar. It changes the requirements, particularly for full-time faculty who are on campus in terms of our teaching load, how long we are there. It takes that time away. While we love being with our students, we also have families and lives that we are leading in terms of service to the community, volunteering at churches, volunteering at AYSO, getting to know the communities, talking about how wonderful it is to work at Moore Park College, at Oxnard College and Ventura College. Send your kids there because it is a wonderful education and it is a way to support our local community. And so I would just hope that you take the time to realize the urgency of finishing the compressed calendar negotiations so that we can move on to the very important work of making this transition workable for the faculty, the staff, the district, and more importantly, our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. Lilia, following by B. Herrera.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Lilia Rubalcaba, math faculty at Oxnard College. Good to see you guys out there. I teach math at Oxnard College. I just said that. If my contractual load was consisted of 4 stat classes, each one being 4 units, that means I would be working a little extra hours under the current compressed calendar information that we have. So I would be teaching 3.6 hours for each of the classes for a total of 14.5 hours. That's equivalent to 2 additional days under the compressed calendar if we follow the student mandated hours. I am requesting that the Board of Trustees authorize the district's negotiation team to compensate faculty for the additional extra hours taught working with students, contact hours, and also for prepping for that compressed calendar. And additionally, ICE. I teach in the evenings. It's my favorite student to work with that student coming back to the learning environment. I leave around 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, sometimes 9:15, depending on the class. And it is lonely out there. It's very quiet. I can see that as a golden opportunity for the ICE agent kidnappers to just grab somebody in the evening. And so I'd ask for the board to consider maybe a stronger presence on campus, more additional officers, and definitely administrators on campus so that we know how to follow a protocol that I'm sure you will establish. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. B, followed by Marcia Wilkerson.
Waiting for the time. Good evening, trustees and chancellor and executive team. I'm here today speaking as a counselor at Ventura College. I was here about 2 months ago to raise the great concerns over the management team at Ventura College. Since then, we have raised the issues at every level as a faculty. As union, we've also done that. So you have been aware as a board, so has the chancellor. We have raised the concerns that management is not changing this year. It's still the same. As a matter of fact, it's getting worse. So I am pleading with the chancellor. We are not here to broadside anyone. Everyone should have an afforded opportunity to improve. But this is my second official public comment on management at Ventura College. I can also speak as an AFT grievance chair, and I can tell you, it is getting worse. There's no oversight. We have an absentee executive leader who is not paying attention to the concerns of the faculty and to the demise of some programs because, as you have heard, today a resolution on one dean. Many other resolutions will come forward. How many resolutions do you need to hear the plea of the faculty that Ventura College is a management mess because there's no leadership from the executive team? And I'm pleading with the chancellor tonight because I believe he can turn this around. But someone is not listening to the chancellor, and the chancellor is not listening to someone else. And I don't know who that will take. I am pleading, please, the faculty cannot suffer like this. We are continuously trying to make things better for our students, but we cannot do that with the current management executive team that we have. I have avoided getting into the specifics, but as long as the law permits me to give those specifics, I will start doing that at every board meeting. We cannot take this anymore, Chancellor McLennan. We need your help. We need you to turn this around. And if it's not you, then what will it take? Because no one is listening. No one. And they're not changing their ways. It's taking selfies, showing up to the parties, saying that everything is great when it's not, ignoring trustees when they're on campus. It is wrong. You have just been reaffirmed as a board of trustees because you are working collaboratively as a team. And I applaud you for that. But now I need you to please stand up for the students and for the faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, B. Marcia, followed by Ruth.
Hi, my name is Marcia Fulkerson. I'm a faculty member at Oxnard College. I've worked for 10 community college districts in Southern California, and we have the longest semester. We had the longest semester 8 years ago when I started at Oxnard College. We are a good district, 1 out of 10. We're a really good district, and I believe that we can work together to resolve this compressed calendar issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth, followed by Adam.
Good evening. I'm a tenured professor of accounting at Moorpark College, and I'm also the department chair of one of our biggest programs, business. In full disclosure, I am also the vice president of our academic senate, but I am not here tonight in any way representing Senate. I am here.
Ruth, I'm sorry to interrupt. Oh, the time is working now. Okay, thank you, Michelle.
What? I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, go ahead. It's Ruth Bennington.
Yep. Was I not supposed to be?
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine, Ruth.
Okay, that was the end of that.
The timer wasn't working.
Okay. I'm here to urge you to settle the compressed calendar and move on to negotiation of our next contract. Our current contract expired on June 30th of this year. And until the compressed calendar is settled, we cannot start those negotiations. There's too much impact on the overall collective bargaining agreement by the compressed calendar to put that ahead at this point. It needs to be fair and equitable. Faculty will incur a lot of extra work converting classes. I have converted an 8-week class to 4 weeks in the summer, and I was surprised myself at how much effort it took. It's not just a matter of chopping it up into different sections. Faculty will also spend more time in the classroom, as you have been told. Department chairs will now have to learn to reschedule on a very different basis. At our college, department chairs take the laboring oar in scheduling, and then it's submitted to the dean for approval. They, of course, work with us, but it is a very big part of our job. And as Ugo mentioned, I'm sorry, it wasn't you. We have to do that ahead of time. The fall 26 calendar will be due from me on January 31st. I don't want to be here on January 15th saying, please, please, please. As I mentioned, the contract that we're currently under expired. We should have finished negotiations for the 25-28 contract, but we cannot start that. I'm sure you all heard on the news this morning that the inflation rate in California is 3.2%, as opposed to 2.7% for the nation as a whole. If you strip out the volatile food and energy sector, we actually go up to 3.3%. The median house price in Ventura County is currently $979,000. I don't know how many people in this room could afford that house, but I know I couldn't. We need a raise. We need it to reflect the inflation rate, And we need equitable treatment, both under the compressed calendar and when we enter into new negotiations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ruth. Adam, followed by Paula Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Adam Blasey. I am a part-time instructor at Moore Park College, and I'm here to request that you instruct the district's team to settle the compressed calendar negotiations and mediation towards a fair and equitable contract. I was actually a student at Moore Park College 20 years ago, and it was for me a transformative experience. I think if you asked me at the time why I thought Moore Park was such a great institution, I probably would have said it's just the uniquely good faculty there. They're just really good people. But since my time at Moore Park College, I've taught now in 5 different states as a faculty member at different colleges. And I go to all these places singing the praises of, Harvard on the Hill and of the district. And I've learned that it's not just that the faculty are, particularly, good people, but that the working conditions, though not perfect, are better than anywhere else I have worked. And that is a large contributing factor to why the teaching it is so stellar at Moore Park College, and I'm sure also at Ventura and Oxnard. And I think insofar as, there's this impasse with the compressed calendar, that's going to stall any progress that can be made with respect to other items on the contract negotiations, and that will only lead to further instability and insecurity for faculty members, which I think will undermine, all the things again that make Moore Park great. So again, I'm here to request that you instruct the district's team to move along with respect to the calendar, the compressed calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Paula Munoz, welcome.
Good evening, board members and Chancellor. I am here once again to bring to your attention the fact that Ventura College EOPS continues to be harmed. I have been given the following excuses by the Ventura College president as to why VC EOPS cannot have our needed third EOPS counselor for our students. That the counselor, these are the reasons, that the counselor vacancy did not exist until the conclusion of a formal process in May, that an out-of-cycle request was not resubmitted. I had already submitted one last year. That it was being held up in HR. I checked with HR and HR was not a holdup. That the third full-time EOPS counselor has not been denied but on hold as they assess the fiscal impact, since the third previous EOPS counselor no longer is with EOPS and is now being funded through our other college resources due to the decision not to remain within the EOPS program. Actually, it was requested that the individual be moved out and is funded now by, I guess, campus funds. The president's most recent communications confirmed that the request for a third counselor position was reviewed and not approved by the Chancellor's Cabinet to move forward at this time. What did the Chancellor's Cabinet not approve? Why was the Chancellor's Cabinet involved? This is a college president's decision. The president recently emailed that she was proceeding through the appropriate administrative channels to evaluate and address the broader issues affecting the program. That there are outstanding questions related to practices and data that have not been transparent to current or past college leadership, and she intends to be fully engaged in understanding how best to support our students and ensure program alignment with institutional goals. Sounds like a threat. EOPS is a $1 million+ program, state-funded categorical program. We were not able to spend last year's $570,000 either. Our third EOPS counselor will not negatively impact Ventura College in any way. This third EOPS counselor will immensely benefit our EOPS students who, per Title V, must meet with an EOPS counselor 3 times a semester. The president has mentioned ratios. EOPS is not a general counseling program. EOPS attempts to build community with and for our EOPS students. This is not possible with only 2 EOPS full-time counselors or adjuncts. EOPS is presently being forced or pressured to hire adjuncts. We do not support this. It does not help build community. Our EOPS students deserve the, quote, over, above, and in addition to, end of quote, services as noted in our EOPS Title V regulations. EOPS builds community by serving our EOPS students' needs, by being present and available, by paying close to personal attention, by guiding them and making the best personal and academic decisions that will positively impact them, by building trust and meaningful relationships, belonging, support, connection, but most importantly, we love them. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Paula. This is the end of public comments. So trustees, we are going to move to closed session. Oh,
Sure.
Trustee Chancellor.
I had a question. Typically our presidents are here. Did they receive a directive not to attend, or was this a break in normal procedure?
They usually come during open session.
They're not here before closed session normally? Not at all?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. We are retreating to closed session and we anticipate to return at 6:30, but it might be 7 o'clock. Thank you everyone for being here and your comments. 8 o'clock. We are reconvening to open session. Thank you, everybody, for waiting patiently. There was much conversation during closed session, but we are starting with the pledge to the flag, and I'm going to ask Trustee Chancellor to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
3.2 closed session report. There is nothing to report from closed session. With this, we move on to 3.3, which is public comments. And we have our first speaker, which is Mr. Logan Hardison, followed by Danielle Blum.
Good evening, Chair Torres, trustees, and Superintendent McClellan and staff. Thank you all for listening to us from the East Valley. There we go. I feel sometimes in these events, we talk past each other. The residents speak from their frame and the trustees and the staff speak from their frame. We're working with the staff to improve that. And we realize that it's up to the staff. Is that on? Okay, thanks. After we talk to you, then it's up to the staff to frame things for reference, and then it comes back to you as a vote up or down, a rather complex procedure. We in the East Valley have a geographical location and a population with disproportionate needs. So we need more than proportionate help and resources to change this for great results. Thus, we need a person with the heft and insight to see the specific needs of the community, the demographic, and to know the community and the elementary schools that contribute to the college. We need somebody who can collaborate with UCLA, USC, UCSB, Pepperdine, and others to help form a university center, not just a college center, but a university center in the East Valley. We also need someone who's there with number one being their East Valley concern, to see that the East Campus is included with specific information and reports, such as the dual enrollment report that's in your package. But also to include in the strategic plan commission. For the last 20 years or more, we've experienced the if it's not built, they can't come situation. So we need someone who can see what's needed, move ahead, and buy, build, lease, develop, and grow the facilities for the East County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardison. Danielle, followed by Milo Wagner.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. And my name's Danielle Bloom. I'm a Thousand Oaks resident. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm a little nervous, not a public speaker. And but I'm here. I attended community college. I've gone on to get my master's degree, very invested in education. I have a child in the community and we are very devoted to being part of the community and the community college education system here. Public education is really important to our family. I'm a little distressed that there's a suggestion that there might be some folks that would be less welcome at any of our campuses. And I'm very concerned at this idea of changing the bathrooms and having them restricted by gender. That would make some folks feel unwelcome and doesn't seem worth it. I want to see the time and attention in our community spent on educating and encouraging and welcoming everyone at our community colleges. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Danielle. Milo, followed by Amanda Robman.
Thank you. I'm Milo Wagner, a Ventura County resident in Thousand Oaks. We came to this community for its educational opportunities, an open, welcoming community. I think this sends the wrong message. Also, gender neutral bathrooms are family-friendly bathrooms. As an involved father of a young daughter, I often found myself faced with the dilemma. Do I take my young child into a men's bathroom? Or is she old enough to leave her? And I stand at the door and she goes off into this unknown space that I assume is friendly and that there's nice women in there and everything will be fine for her. But I don't know. As a father, gender neutral bathrooms were a wonderful resource to take my daughter and make me feel like I'm a welcome part of the community and I can conduct normal things. And really, the trans community has been targeted unjustly, not, I think, for any particular venom that people have against them, but it seems that they're a community that people are the least likely to defend. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Milo. Amanda, followed by Cynthia Salas.
Hi, I'm Amanda Rodman. I'm from Thousand Oaks. I attended Ventura College many, many, many years ago. And I'm happy to say that I have a daughter that is now attending Moore Park College. And when I was in school, we didn't have gender inclusive bathrooms. We didn't even really talk about transgender issues or people that had different sexual preferences. That wasn't something that was really talked about. And I'm so glad that our society has come a long way and that now we can be inclusive and that we do have gender inclusive restrooms at our schools. And to me, this is a non-issue. I don't even think that the board should be considering this whatsoever. it's being presented as a safety issue, but as far as I know, I've never heard of any safety problems happening there. So why are we worried about something that hasn't even happened? And I can tell you that if someone wants to harm someone else, it doesn't matter if it's same-sex bathroom or not even a bathroom. It doesn't matter. If someone is going to harm someone else, it doesn't matter what kind of bathroom it is, believe me. And it can happen in a same-sex bathroom as much as a gender-inclusive one. And so I'm just here to express, my feelings about this, and also to say that community colleges especially are here for the community. And like it's been said before, it's for families, can use it, people that are disabled who need help to go to use the restroom. You can use these restrooms for that purpose. It's not just about gender identity. And one more thing I wanted to say was that college is there for everyone, and we open our doors for everyone, and no matter their race, religion, no matter what where they came from, no matter anything, we are there to educate people. And to send this message that no, we're not going to educate some people, or we're not going to make you welcome on our campus, is not the right message to be sending to our community. We're here for everyone, and we want to teach everyone, and we want to be a place where people feel comfortable and welcome. And to even consider this is sending the wrong message to our community. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amanda. Cynthia Salas.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about two issues. The first one, I'm going to make it brief in regards to the gender neutral bathrooms. Just want you to think about how ridiculous that sounds. At home, do you have two neutral bathrooms when you have parties? Do you have one designated bathroom for men, women, and everyone else in between? I mean, I want you to really think about that. We have, again, pressing issues in our community that we should be spending this board time discussing. Funding being one of them, maximizing our resources and working collaboratively with the community. So that's one. The second part is I'm here also to uplift the need to expand the educational center out in Santa Clara Valley. Just by thinking on the trades alone, we don't have a space for our trades to have training facilities and support, and there is a dire need. I know that I mentioned this a few years ago, and the trade leaders that are here today can speak on that later, but we need to come together as a community, maybe have a town hall meeting, have an opportunity to have stakeholders at the table, and have a commitment, not just from the college, but from those wanting to invest in this effort in Santa Clara Valley. I think that this is an effort that's going to benefit the entire county. There's a need for career educational training opportunities across our county, and finding a space to house that is going to be a challenge. This has been voiced over and over in this space and in Santa Paula and every meeting. So I think that I would like to request that the board have a town hall and have a discussion with all the players on the table to see what the commitment is, so we can start growing that opportunity in Santa Clara Valley, have a thriving center, and support not just the current students, but the future of oncoming students, as well as the economy of our community. And let's stop talking about bathrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. So with this is our last public comment. We also did receive written comments, so the trustees did have the opportunity to also read the comments that were submitted written. So we have 4.1, which is acknowledgement of new employees. So congratulations to our new employees that have joined our Ventura County Community College District family. We are very happy and pleased to have you with us. And we know that we're going to be hearing from them if anybody wishes to make a comment, but we also did see them celebrated within the reports that were submitted within the different senates. We move on to also 4.2, which is recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. And so we are very thankful and appreciative of all our retirees who have dedicated their time and work and dedication to serve our students, our community. And so we are very happy for the retirement and wish them the best. And we also know that they receive acknowledgement within the different senates, and we might have some of the senates mention their names as well. We now move on to 4.3, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. There is none for this month. And so now we move on to consultations. So 5.1, we have classified Senate President consultation, and we will start with Moore Park.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
I'm just kidding. Okay. Hi, my name is Kristen Robinson. I am the classified Senate President. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I'm happy to be back. So 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. I welcome all new employees to the district, but I'd like to especially acknowledge the half a dozen colleagues named who are joining Moore Park College, either as tenure track faculty or classified roles. Their names are listed in the agenda item. Congratulations to the 2 retirees from Oxnard College. For 15.1, action to adopt the CCVC 2035 strategic plan and district-wide mission statement. Thank you for engaging stakeholders across the district and throughout the county in this process, including classified representatives. We appreciate the plan's focus on collaboration, equity, professional development, and other elements of the plan that align with our classified Senate goals and those larger strategic goals of Moore Park College. And then for 21.2, discussion concept of updating board policy 3500 safety. I echo many of the sentiments shared by my colleagues in written public comment pertaining to this agenda item, as well as some of the oral public comment given. The tentative language proposed by the trustee on this board policy seems to conflate safety and comfort. Further, the additional paragraphs seem out of place on a board policy, which is intended to provide broad overall direction as opposed to administrative procedure, which is where one would traditionally find this level of instruction or guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Hi, good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. My name is Berenice Rodriguez. I'm the Oxnard College Classified Senate President. In consultation with Section 4, we'd like to welcome our newest classified professional, Adalberto Macias, Ana Prado Fernandez, and Jesse Quintino. We want to congratulate Michelle and Roland, who they've left Oxnard College to pursue new roles at our sister colleges. We'd like to welcome Anne-Marie McAmore, our new Dean of IE. And we would like to congratulate Candace Witkins and Dr. Steve Hall on their retirement. We want to thank them for their years of service. And in consultation with 13.6 and 13.7, OC Classified Senate is appreciative of the recognition of the classified professionals' contribution and it is in support of the salary reallocation for Early Childhood Education's ILT and the Child Development Assistant.
Thank you. Ventura College.
Good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. My name is Oscar Rivera, and I'm the Ventura College Classified Senate President. I'm providing consultation on 4.1. I'm pleased to welcome our newest Ventura College colleagues, Alejandra Hernandez, Karina Arroyo, and Roland Dueñas. We're excited to have you join our campus community and look forward to the contributions you'll bring. On 6.2, I'd also like to welcome the 2025-26 ASVC Board, and especially our president, Camilla Kellner. We're looking forward to working with her and the entire board to strengthen our student engagement and campus life this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Academic Senate President consultation, starting with Moore Park College. Oh, sorry, that's right. District Administrative Classified President.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and Student Trustee Ayash. My name is Diana Martin, and I serve as the Classified Senate President for the District Administrative Center. On item 4.1, I want to recognize Miranda Donlon, newly appointed Supervising Fiscal Analyst, as well as Andrea Ingley, who was appointed Associate Vice Chancellor of Human Resources and Compliance. Andrea has been a consistent presence at the DAC, and we wish her the best as she steps into this new leadership role. Item 6.8, we also look forward to welcoming Gabriel Gomez to the DAC in his new role as administrative assistant. Item 9.6, we're pleased to see this award to go to Christopher Charles, a creative partner our marketing team collaborated with last year. His professionalism, energy, and connection to community colleges make him an excellent choice and a strong advocate for higher education in Ventura County. item 15.1, on behalf of the district classified senate, we support the adoption of the strategic plan and the updated district-wide vision, mission, and values. The proposed language reflects a shift towards a more student-centered, equity-informed approach. Values like collaboration, community, and empowerment mirror the work classified professionals do every day by guiding students, sustaining systems, and translating policy into lived experience. As this vision moves into implementation, we encourage the continued inclusion of classified voices, especially in shaping how these values show up in day-to-day operations. So I'll end with items 18.2, 0.3, and 0.4, which are the summer graduates. We extend a heartfelt congratulations to all graduates and certificate earners across the district. Thank you for your time and for making space for shared governance at this level.
Thank you. Academic Senate President's consultation, starting with Moore Park College.
Hi, thank you to the Board of Trustees and to Chair Torres and to Chancellor McLennan and our student trustee. My name is Nicole Block, and I have the pleasure of giving the report today. So regarding agenda item 6.1, I'd like to give out the congratulations on the accreditation reaffirmation and thank everyone involved. On 13.1, we're happy to support the strategic plan and district-wide mission statement. The process that it went through by involving all the stakeholders made it truly a community effort, and thank you for that. 14.2, we support the study abroad proposal on international travel for our students, and I'm excited for them to have this amazing opportunity. 16.2, I'd like to congratulate all of the summer graduates who have earned associate degrees and certificates of achievement. 19.2, regarding BP 3500, there are concerns about the proposed additional language for BP 3500, and therefore we do not support the concept of discussing board policy 3500 on a future agenda. To begin with, there's no data saying this is a safety issue. The photo incident that was discussed in the past meeting was in a gender-specific restroom, not an all-gender restroom. According to the 2021 and 2024 VCCCD annual security reports, which detailed Moore Park College's on-campus crimes from 2018 to 2023, there were 2 Violence Against Women Act offenses, and they were both domestic violence. The all-gender bathrooms on the 2nd floor of the Academic Center building at Moore Park College had not had any safety issues since they were converted in 2019. Secondly, the proposed board policy language about campus safety does not list any other safety issues that could occur on a college campus. So just identifying one possible issue can be perceived by some as harassment toward a particular group when there are a plethora of issues that our police handle. The proposal for an all-gender bathroom was proposed and championed by the students of Moore Park College. The associated students shared their request to the Academic Senate in 2019. They are the ones who recognize their own need to have bathrooms and took the initiative and action to find a solution. They also went through the steps to make sure they got feedback from the stakeholders. In February of 2019, the Associated Students and Spectrum Club presented to the Academic Senate. I have lots of notes here, but maybe I'll skip over some of them. Associated Students President stated that they will perform a survey, that they propose converting the 2nd floor to gender-neutral bathrooms, that the lower campus currently has no easily accessible gender-neutral bathrooms, and the Child Development Center bathrooms are not easily accessible. That's a quote from the minutes from the 2019 meeting. There were lots of faculty comments. One faculty did comment that it might make some people feel uncomfortable. Another faculty comment was a person could simply walk up or down one floor to use the more traditional bathrooms. Let's see. After this discussion, the Associated Students returned to the Academic Senate with their survey results in March of 2019. Over 1,030 participants in the survey. 83% of survey respondents indicated they felt creating gender-neutral bathrooms on the 2nd floor to be very acceptable, or that they felt neutral about the gender-neutral restrooms. The students also reported that the college president was receiving legal advice from the district. So these are all from the minutes from 2019 Academic Senate meetings. And finally, in September of 2019, they came to, the Associated Students came again to the Academic Senate meeting to announce that all gender bathrooms are now available in the AC building and the second floor. And it serves many communities, just like our public comments mentioned, parents with young children, persons who may require the accompaniment of an attendant of a different gender, and transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. And it's a safe and inclusive campus for everyone. And I just wanted to give you the history of it so you have more information. And those are all from Academic Senate notes meeting, Academic Senate meeting minutes. There we go. And because of these issues, therefore, we do not support the concept of discussing board policy 3500 on a future agenda. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. My name is Dolores Ortiz. I'm the Academic Senate President for Oxnard College. So here we go. 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. Congrats and welcome to all the new employees across the district. 6.2, accreditation status is reaffirmed. I'd like to acknowledge our progress as a district and a board toward remedying the concerns of the accrediting body. 6.91, the Administrative Services Committee. So regarding the discussion of restrooms at the Ask meeting, I'd like to voice strong support for the maintenance of gender-neutral restrooms on our campuses. For many of our students, faculty, and visitors, including transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming individuals, something as simple as finding a restroom can be a source of anxiety, fear, or exclusion. Gender-neutral restrooms remove that barrier, allowing everyone to meet a basic human need without having to choose between safety and comfort. As you've heard, these restrooms also serve parents with young children of a different gender, people with disabilities who have caregivers of a different gender. They aren't just about inclusion for one group. They make our campuses more accessible and welcoming for all. As community colleges, we pride ourselves on a place where diversity is celebrated and equity is a lived value, not just a statement on paper. Providing gender-neutral restrooms is a simple, concrete step that communicates to every student, you belong here. By supporting the continuation of such practices, the board will not only comply with evolving state and federal guidelines, but also demonstrate leadership in maintaining campuses where safety, respect, and dignity are guaranteed for everyone. I would like to note that the multi-stall gender-neutral restrooms at Oxnard College and Moore Park College are one of 3 sets of options in the building. At OC, there are 3 sets of multi-stall restrooms in the same building. So 1 of 6 has been converted to gender neutral. Thus, there are plenty of gendered restrooms for folks who elect to use them. 9.6, I'd like to offer my support in acceptance of completion of bid 674 OC Condor Hall mezzanine remodel. As our president has taken to saying, we're 50 and it's showing. Credited to President Dr. Gonzalez. 13.1, approval ratification of personnel. I'd like to recognize Steve Hall for over 27 years of service to the VCCCD as a faculty member, a dean, a faculty member again, a union leader, an academic senate officer, and a dean again. Congrats. Congratulations as well to retired EAC counselor, Ms. Candace Witkins. 15.1, I'd like to again express my support for the truly collaborative CCVC 2035 strategic plan and district-wide mission statement. Thank you to all of the trustees, our colleagues, and community members who provided input in developing this plan. 16.3, I'd like to express my enthusiastic support for an MOU between the Laborers Training and Retraining Trust Fund for Southern California Laborers Training School, LIUNA, and VCCCD / Oxnard College for the use of licensed space. This will certainly benefit our students, the community, and our valued industry partners. It's exciting. 21.2, the concept of updating board policy 3500. This idea was brought up in the recent past meeting. I'd also like to speak against altering the current BP 3500 public safety. The format and purpose of the current BP 3500 are already met with the current policy as it is. The BP simply states that we will have a safety plan. It does not include details, nor does it delineate the contents of such a plan. The BP as it is corresponds with AP 3500. The purpose of AP 3500 is to ensure the district is complying with the Clery Act. The Jean Clery Act, passed in 1990, is a U.S. federal law requiring colleges and universities that receive federal funding to disclose information about crime on campus and their efforts to improve safety. We meet our obligation as a district by publishing an annual security report by October 1st. There is no logical or rational purpose for including the proposed changes to include information on single-sex and gender-neutral restrooms in the board policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ventura College.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, colleagues, and guests. I'm Jennifer Garner. I'm the Academic Senate President at Ventura College. On agenda item 5.3, I want to commend the board for including associated student government presidents in the consultations. Agenda item 18.4, to offer congratulations to the summer 2025 candidates for graduation and certificates. And for agenda item 21.2, I'd like to speak against altering the current BP 3500. When writing policy, I want to recommend that the board avoid including specific details about district policy items that are not consistently applied across all policies or that don't address every safety topic covered by that policy. And agenda item 21.3, I do want to encourage a board discussion on adopting a formal parliamentary procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move on to 5.3, our Associated Student Government President's Consultation, starting with Moore Park College.
Is this on? Oh, yes. Okay. Hello. Thank you, Board of Trustees and Student Trustee. Okay. Hello. My name is Eva Rancoverubias. I'm president for the Associate Students of Moore Park College. A written report was submitted for your review, and thank you for looking that over. There are a couple things I would like to say regarding agenda item 21.2 and action approval of agenda item 18.2. ASMC consults on 18.2 action to approve summer 2025 candidates. We strongly support this item and are very proud of our summer grads. ASMC consults on 21.2 concept of updating board policy on BP 3500. ASMC would like to express a few concerns questioning the wording and language of BP 3500. ASMC would like to express that the gender neutral bathrooms located at the Moore Park College Academic Center is not a matter or issue that is concerned with safety. Also, please note that the agenda item reflects a previous student request with support from prior and now current ASMC members. It should also be noted that faculty and student survey was taken 6 years ago. Prior showed that 83% of respondents indicating that they would either support or were indifferent to gender neutral bathrooms in the AC building. Moore Park College serves a diverse student population. ASMC has recognized that Moore Park College has a large appendage of not just gender diversity on its campus, but social diversity as well. And as such, students with children and students who are under the care of health professionals, and this is not an issue that is specific to the accommodation of gender diversity. And although ASMC is in support of gender diversity, ASMC also acknowledges that this gender neutral restroom is for all students. ASMC reports accommodations for all students. If the bathroom was removed from the AC building, students who would like to use the gender neutral bathrooms would have to walk very far distance and could run the risk of being late to class. Thus, taking away this bathroom in the AC building would limit or hinder the learning and success of many students. These points are intended to prove helpful context for your consideration as you review proposed updates to BP 3500, ensuring that student needs, campus inclusivity, and equitable access remain central to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. On behalf of the students of Oxnard College, I appreciate the opportunity to share our perspectives as the board considers today's agenda items. We recognize several items today that directly impact students. Strategic planning, item 15.01,
The CCVC 2035 strategic plan will guide our district for the next decade. Students value its focus on academic excellence, equity, and workforce preparation. We encourage the board to ensure ongoing student input during implementation, particularly around initiatives that affect affordability, technology access, and support services. Graduation and certificates, items 18.02.03 and 0.04. We celebrate our summer 2025 graduates and certificate earners at all three colleges. Their achievements reflect their dedication of faculty, staff, and the district's commitment to student success. Board policy updates, discussion items 21.01 and 21.02. As policies on board meetings and safety evolve, we ask that student representation be maintained in these discussions. Safety protocols, in particular, should reflect the lived experiences and needs of our diverse student body. Finally, I want to acknowledge the recognition of new employees and retirees. Students feel the impact of these dedicated individuals every day through teaching, mentoring, and service, and we thank them for their contributions. Thank you for your continued partnership and for keeping student voices at the center of the Ventura County Community College District.
Thank you. Ventura College.
Hello. Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Ayash, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. My name is Kameh Kellner, and I serve as the ASVC President. Thank you again for the opportunity for our consultation and sharing our perspective today. In consultation with items 18.2, 3, and 4, and on behalf of the students of Ventura College, we would like to congratulate our summer 2025 candidates for graduation and certificates at Ventura College, as well as Oxnard and Moore Park. And I would like to thank my fellow associate student presidents for their comments and consultations today. The students at Ventura College, on behalf of them, I will second their comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move to reports and item 6.0. I just wanted to make a comment on 6.1. Just how proud we are of the work that the colleges as well as the board has done to specifically be reaffirmed. And this has been very huge because it's definitely a process that I know at the board level, we have had trainings and retreats to be able to really look at our board governance process, and to be reaffirmed speaks highly of the work of our colleges, but also as a board. So I also wanted to publicly recognize the board for all of your efforts and work within the last year and a half to really look into those areas that we need to continue to working on and for our colleges. So I just wanted to make sure that I also acknowledge the hard work that both colleges and at the board level we have done collaboratively in order to be able to reach reaffirmation of our accreditation. So with this, we have received reports. The trustees have been able to read through the reports thoroughly, but this is also an opportunity for anyone who would like to highlight anything from the reports. They can do so at this moment if you'd like. And this is also included for any of the committees, standing committees from the board, if there's anything you'd like to highlight as well. Okay, Moore Park College.
Hello.
Academic Senate.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on items that are not agendized. I wanted to just add to the written report that I submitted. Two additional people were hired for new full-time faculty, and that was Laura Mason as counselor and Veronica Ramirez as EOPS counselor. So I'd like to welcome them. And I would also like to add on the written report, I couldn't tell you who our Distinguished Faculty Chair Award was because it's a surprise. So now I can tell you, we would like to congratulate Subhash Karkar. Is that how you say it? Karkar, was that? Yeah, I said it right. Okay. Professor of biotechnology. He gave a fantastic speech about what is biotechnology. And I went home and told my husband about it. It was quite interesting. And then we also had a lovely keynote speaker from our very own Trudy Radke, who explained what AI literacy means and why it is important for us all. And those are my highlights. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just mention, if you remember in our last board meeting, we didn't have the oral reports because we're also trying to get to the business of the board. And so as you're looking into the comments that we're sharing, we also ask that we allow the opportunity for you to share comments of things that you want to highlight, but also taking into consideration that we have business items, and we also do have people here that are waiting to see the deliberation of the board. So if there's things that you really want to highlight, please do so, but also be considerate of us as a board, that we have still the business of the board that we need to address. And we also have people in the audience that are looking forward that we address their issue. And with that, is there anybody else who would like to share? And we welcome the invitation, but
I'd
I
like
also
to
want to be the transparent. Oxnard College.
Thank you. So our communities and students are experiencing constant fear and anxiety, among other negative effects, during this time of racially targeted immigration raids and detentions. We're deeply concerned for our communities, students, and their families. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues who've stepped up to show support for our vulnerable immigrant students, colleagues, and neighbors. California is a state sustained and enriched by immigrants in a nation founded by immigrants. As leaders in higher education, we stand firmly with undocumented students and continue to support their post-secondary aspirations. State and higher education leaders must continue to affirm the right of every student to higher education, regardless of immigration status. AB 540 and the integration of undocumented students are deeply embedded in California's values, and now more than ever, we must defend and uphold those principles. As a member of a community volunteer network, we began to see an increased need as community members experience lost wages due to being afraid to go to work. I'd like to thank the executive leadership team at Oxnard College for allowing us to bring to life a weekly community food distribution beginning in June 2025. As we all experienced during COVID, our communities are experiencing a humanitarian crisis, and our colleagues are looking for ways to help. I want to thank all of my colleagues, from administration to my classified professional colleagues to faculty members and students who've helped run these distributions, along with volunteers from other organizations like VC Defensa and MyCup, as well as community volunteers, including a soccer team of 12-year-olds. It has been beautiful seeing everyone come together to serve the community and show that Oxnard College is a caring, inclusive, and welcoming community college. Thank you.
Thank you. Ventura.
I don't want to just report on what our faculty did for the flex days for professional development. We did have our days centered on topics that really matter: enhancing student learning, exploring teaching with AI, inclusive classrooms, connecting academics to community change. But something really important that we did spend some time on is that we addressed faculty wellness, because healthy supported educators create better learning environments for students. We as a district need to increase the emphasis on mental wellness in our employees and our students. So I just want to know that, that every flex session, every process improvement that faculty are working on with classified colleagues, with administration, every new program comes down to this: we're creating conditions where students can succeed. Are we really doing that? So our faculty have left the flex activities energized and equipped and ready to implement changes. So we really ask for the district to focus to keep that support there, so we can maintain that and have a healthy and well faculty ready there to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from classified senates? Only if you need to. You don't have anything to highlight. It's okay. I'm just going to ask if there's anything you wanted to highlight. We did read the reports. Moore Park.
Oh, thank you for reading the written report, which touches on the reaccreditation of Moore Park College's Child Development Center by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. I saw on the VCCCD LinkedIn account today that is International Youth Day. Therefore, it seemed appropriate that I use this time to bring additional attention to the work performed by employees of the Moore Park College Child Development Center. As shared by the Moore Park College CDC Director Johanna Pimentel during the exit interview with the assessors, they shared how much they love our program, not just what we offer to the children, but how the adult students are involved in the classrooms. The fact that the person stopped to point out and highlight this work, I thought it deserved additional praise, as does the work by our outreach specialists and our outreach team for our new student welcome last week. They welcomed 860 students to our campus. Our outreach team is a team of 2, but it really was a community event. Dozens of faculty, staff, and students supported the implementation of the event. And I'm only mentioning this because it directly feeds into our enrollment management plan and our larger educational vision plan. And so I just wanted to give them a couple snaps for their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ventura College. I think I see getting the mic. Okay.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Sorry, thank you. Since submitting my written report last week, our classified Senate board held our first Senate of the whole meeting during our all college day. In that meeting, we discussed the year ahead and gathered ideas for professional development and events that our classified professionals would like to see. We're also starting this academic year with a lot of excitement and energy fueled by that first meeting. We're also looking forward to collaborating with our fellow classified Senate presidents across the district to host joint events and professional development opportunities that will benefit all of our classified professionals. In addition, I'm eager to work closely with my academic Senate president counterpart here at Ventura College on joint events that bring us together as one team with a shared goal of supporting student success in everything we do. Lastly, I'd like to address one item from my written report submitted last week. In that report, I included an email that I sent to all Ventura College Senate members, a call to action. This action was in direct response to classified professionals on our campus who had reached out asking how they could help and get involved in supporting our students, staff, faculty, and community. They wanted to know what resources and organizations they could turn to in light of recent ICE activity. These recent events have deeply affected our students, our staff, our faculty members, and our community, and they come into conflict with my own deeply held human values of dignity, compassion, and respect. My intention was to share information about local organizations that are on the ground helping those directly impacted. I want to ensure I'm supporting our affected community members, not only by standing with them in compassion and humanity, but by connecting them to real, tangible help. I believe that by coming together as a group, we can have a far greater impact than any one of us could achieve alone. I have been humbled to receive messages from several colleagues thanking me for sharing those resources. Many have since reached out to and begun working with local organizations to determine how they can best contribute their time, skills, and advocacy to support those in need. I believe our students' needs, safety, and success should always remain our highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Associated Student Government Presidents, if there's anything you'd like to add? Or per college?
Yes, okay. Seeing how as this directly affects how we govern our school through ASMC, we are working on the participatory governance handbook edits and changes. So I just wanted to say that because I think that's important. And we are doing our board of directors retreat from the 15th through the 16th. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Oxnard?
Hi. I would like to highlight the Associated Student Government has nearly completed its 25-26 board with only one position remaining. ASG recently completed training in advocacy, leadership styles, and governance, preparing members to lead effectively and collaborate in representing students. As we started classes on Monday and/or Tuesday, ASG welcomed students and provided them resources about campus to guide them on their first day. The board looks forward to launching new initiatives, supporting student life, and representing Oxnard College with pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Ventura?
Hello. The ASBC report is available to view in the agenda, so I do thank you, the board, for thoroughly looking that over. I would also like to say that I appreciate this opportunity to share the most updated comments on our report because it is for the month, and it's hard to capture that all sometimes. So something that just happened these past 2 days was our welcome back days, similar to Oxnard. And I do see some familiar faces in the room that were there helping with their hands-on support as well as collaboration for those 2 days. They were very busy, so I would like to just say thank you to our ASBC directors for volunteering their time, energy, and effort in order to get all of our students geared up for the new year, passing out campus maps, free swag, and all of that great stuff. So thank you to everyone who helped with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there was no reports from AFT and SCIU, but I don't know if there's anything you'd like to comment to the board? No? Okay. Presidents. Ventura College.
Board Chair Torres, trustees, Chancellor McLennan. I know you received my written report that has information regarding onboarding and orientation. These that help. Can you hear me? In the spirit of the beginning of the year, I'd like to take just a moment to highlight our staff, our wonderful staff. And as you know, we're launching our centennial celebration. It's 100 years of Ventura College legacy. So I'd like to highlight that. We're going to take this year to honor the past, celebrate today, and imagining the future. And it was in that spirit that we celebrated with All College Day. We dedicated that day to honor the past through a beautiful video that you will have a chance to see at some point. Also honoring and celebrating today. And today is about our people, our Ventura College team. And I want to take this moment to really express my appreciation to all classified professionals who work so hard all summer preparing for students to come back in the fall. I'm grateful for the faculty who also came back full of trepidation because of the situation, concerned about the students, and fully engaged, participating in multiple flex activities. And I enjoyed listening to their conversations regarding pedagogy and AI and what do we do at this time to support our students, not only at Ventura College, but also at East Campus in Santa Paula. And I'm very grateful for and proud of my administrative team, vice presidents and deans who work so hard behind the scenes, doing a lot of planning, supporting and advocating for their faculty and their programs and bringing resources for them. I also want to express my gratitude to Chancellor McLennan, colleagues from the district, trustee who attended our All College Day for a few minutes. Thank you for your uplifting message, for reaffirming our values and our mission, and sharing about our strategic plan for the district, and we'll be aligning our work with the district and the college. And last, I would like to congratulate ASVC President Camilla Kellner, Oscar Rivera, and Jennifer Garner for taking those leadership roles and for your commitment to shared governance and student success. So I'm very grateful for that work that they do. Thank you so much. Thank you to the trustees for the support to Ventura College, especially this year with the centennial. You will be getting invitations to several celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, Board Chair Torres, and trustees. I want to thank our faculty, classified professionals, and administrators for their hard work helping to onboard our new condors and for our first day of school. It was great to see new and continuing students on campus and the energy that they bring to our campus yesterday and today. Additionally, we had a great All College Day. Thank you, Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Pachowski for attending. The attendance was great. The energy was good. We kicked off our 50th anniversary, and they say 50 is the new 30. So I just wanted to add a different catchphrase there. And so we kicked off our 50th anniversary by sharing our video, which we'll share with the board. And also we heard from a distinguished alumni panel on the impact OCA has had on their lives. And the panelists were Arsenio Lopez, Executive Director of MECOP, Andres Medrano, Senior Engineer of SLAC, Gabriela Basua, Council Member, City of Oxnard, and Michelle Ascension, Ventura County Clerk and Recorder. So we had a really good panel. Lastly, I'm proud to announce that the College Futures Foundation ranked us among the top 10 community colleges in California for providing a strong return on investment for our graduates. Most of our graduates recoup their out-of-pocket expenses within 6 months. So this is an achievement that's a testament not only of the college and all the hard work that we engage in, but also just the wonderful outcomes that our students are showing and the successes they're having out in the workforce. So thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Okay. Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, Chair Torres, and Student Trustee Ayash. Thank you everyone for being here this evening. On behalf of Moorpark College, thank the trustee Pochowski for attending our convocation, and thank you to the members of the Chancellor's cabinet who also came and supported us on our first day. I want to use this moment to say a very big thank you to everyone involved in putting that day together, and particularly those individuals who got a chance to sort of speak and participate in the event. It was one of our best attended convocations so far. There was barely a seat in the auditorium, and we're very grateful for that level of participation. I also want to say a very big thank you to faculty, staff, and administrators who volunteered to staff our welcome tables yesterday and today. If you're on our campus, you would have seen those welcome tables at very strategic locations on campus so as to help our students feel connected to the landscape, but also to help them realize that they have a person at Moorpark College. I do want to use this moment to also recognize the fact that Moorpark College, like Oxnard College and Ventura College, were listed in the College Futures Foundation top 25. We're number 7 on that list of colleges that are adding a return on investment to the lives and the well-being of the communities that we serve. We're very proud of that work, and we continue to invest in that opportunity for our students. That's it from Moorpark College. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that to this item, we have also now district administratives reports. Is there anybody who'd like to make a comment on any of the reports?
You have the written reports from our district areas, but I'll just add a couple things. One, I want to commend and congratulate the colleges on achieving reaffirmation on your accreditation status based on the interim report and the visit that happened. I know that a lot of effort went into that, and so congratulations on that. I also want to, I had such a good time on Friday visiting all 3 colleges and being a part of those convocations. And just for everybody in the room who doesn't get to do all 3 of them, the collective energy throughout this district and on each of our campus, it was awesome. Every auditorium was full. The energy of the faculty and staff was vibrant. And people were engaged. I had lunch at Moorpark College, and I couldn't even hear myself think. There was so much noise in that big cafeteria area. So it seems like people are in good spirits. And to that point, part of my message to the 3 campuses was really to acknowledge, as you've heard from many tonight, the disruption in our community. Some would call it chaos. Certainly there's a lot of anxiety, but for the work that we do to reaffirm that we are doing all the things that we need to do to point ourselves in the right direction to serve this community. And the great news is, and probably the biggest part of my message was, our community believes in the work we're doing, whether it's through things like the Aspen recognitions that all 3 of our colleges achieved. You just heard about the College Futures acknowledgement for return on investment, but over and over and over again, our colleges are at the top of whatever list there is to be had about the impact and the outcomes, the impact we're having on our communities and the outcomes that we're delivering. So I was really glad to be a part of those convocation days, and congratulations to all the faculty and staff who are part of that and making this whole thing work, because our students in our community are going to be the beneficiaries of that. Let's see. I also want to just mention that on Thursday, I get to have the privilege of serving on a panel for the West Ventura Business Alliance. That's the combined chamber for Oxnard and part of Ventura, Camarillo. And it'll be an education forum with other educational leaders within the district. I know many of you are planning on attending that. And on Friday, a week from Friday, I'll be convening the first Chancellor's Advisory Council meeting for the year, and very pleased to be bringing back to that group. They had a lot to do with the shaping, input, evaluating the work of the district-wide strategic plan, values, vision, work that you've heard others reference both tonight and previously at the June meeting. And just a real quick item on that. That advisory committee, when we first formed, and now we're now going into the third year, was, as you can imagine, skeptical about what their role would be. And the commitment that I made to them and we made to them was that we were going to put them to work. And we were going to ask them to help us become a better district and harness the collective energy of our colleges and help us walk into the future in a very effective way. And they did that. And I'm really pleased to be able to share with them the outcome of the work that they helped us create. And lastly, I just want to give one recognition. It'll involve a lot of people, but primarily Dan Watkins and his team. There's been a lot of press lately on fraudulent enrollments. Nationally, actually, in California has been in the spotlight for that. Dan and his team, along with the staff of the colleges, including the registrars, financial aid staff, and many, many faculty, we have been at the forefront of the work, trying to root out those fraudulent enrollments and put safety and protocols in place to avoid both the financial cost and the enrollment cost. Because when we have fraudulent enrollments in our classes, we're holding spaces that could go for, obviously, for real enrollments. The state of California, the Chancellor's office has rolled out a new tool to help with that. Many colleges have adopted that tool, including us. The effect of that new tool really hasn't been that substantial for us at this point because of all the good work we were already leading the state on. So, Dan, congratulations, and everybody who's been involved with that. One of our primary goals that's come out of our district-wide strategic planning process is around stewardship of resources, and that's a big one. So thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. 6.9, you wanted to talk about that report? Trustee Chancellor.
I just had a follow-up, Chancellor, on the advisory committee. Is that an internal group or is that outside folks as well included in that?
It is mostly external group of community members. Yeah.
Can the board be invited, or do we have a rep from the board to attend that?
We do have the board chair is a part of that group as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Trustee Chancellor, you had mentioned 6.9 that you wanted to discuss it earlier. It's not a consent item, but I'm not sure if you wanted to comment regarding the ASK committee or ASC.
Yeah, I may have missed it, but one of the asks from that committee meeting was a list of all federal programs. So we can sort of monitor and of course advocate and be aware of a list. And I don't know if we received that, but I just wanted to send a reminder that that was an ask from that meeting, and would be a helpful piece of information for us and the community to know what federal programs we have and funding that we receive in that level.
Okay, thank you. And so with this, we're now moving to the consent calendar. We did have 7.1, and that's because there was a removal. I'm just going to mention the ones we have right now, and then I'll address you, Trustee Pachowski.
To comment on some of the reports, if I may.
Okay, Trustee Pachowski.
I want to thank everybody for their written reports. Trust me, they were all read. There was one report which I did find concerning. And unfortunately, there's been nothing said tonight to allay those concerns. I'm disappointed to hear that. But that's all I have to say about that tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. So with the consent calendar 7.1, we did have the June 21st special board meeting, the VC student housing that was removed. And so we have items that were pulled. So we had 8.2 and 8.3 that were pulled from Trustee Pachowski. 8.5 was pulled from Trustee Chancellor. We have also from Trustee Pachowski who pulled 9.6, 11.2, 12.1, 13.7. Trustee Pachowski did indicate that he would like to pull another item, which is 13.4. Is there an item that a trustee may want to pull or student trustee? No? Okay.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto.
I move that we approve the consent calendar, absent those that are being pulled for discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
I heard two. I heard trustee Matu and trustee Pacheski at the same time. Okay, so motion made by trustee Lichto, seconded by trustee Pacheski, that we move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8.2, 8.3, 8.5, 9.6, 11.2, 12.1, 13.4, and 13.7. Okay, so 8.2, trustee Pacheski.
Thank you, Chair Torres. There were several concerns I had.
Pardon me for a minute.
Go ahead.
Do we need to vote or did I miss that?
Oh, you're right. We need to vote. I went straight to
I
it.
don't think we
We
voted.
didn't vote on it. So trustees, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pacheski, 8.2.
I had several concerns with 8.2. The first of which is going to be the Cal Lutheran monthly rent. It's PO 0138684. I asked the question as to why we're paying $11,000 in monthly rent to Cal Lutheran, and I was told it's because we're renting space there. But at the same time, I'm wondering whether or not we can save that $11,000 by having whatever's there on our Oxnard campus.
Chancellor McLennan.
President Roberto Gonzalez, who looks like he's deferring to.
Mara Mulch, our VP of Business and Admin Services.
Good evening. I'm happy to say that your concerns have somewhat been allayed. We are no longer renting space from CLU. We've actually partnered with Pacifica High School to have free space to continue offering our PACE program, which is adult education. So we wanted a location offsite, further integrated into the community, and then also additional exposure to our high school students at Pacifica.
So does that mean that we've got this one bill to pay and then we won't be paying it any longer? Or
Correct.
okay.
So that was the final conclusion of the prior lease agreement with CLU.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The second item, Chair Torres, has to do with PO 139095 for Rodriguez Mobile Car Wash. I noticed on here that there are two charges, one for $1,000 dated 6/23/25, and the other for $9,000 dated 8/5/24. The first question I had is, why are we only getting the $9,000 purchase a year later?
I think we have another answer walking up to the podium.
Good evening. So we did provide an answer earlier, so I don't know what happened, but I'll explain. So the 9,000, so I think it's more of a formatting issue. So you'll notice that the $9,000 has an August date, 2024.
Yes.
So that first comes through, anything under $10,000 actually doesn't go to board, not in this way, right? Anything that's $10,000 or over comes to board in this way. So it was approved. It went through full approval process back in August. And then at the end of the year, the blanket purchase order needed a little bit more, right? There was a supplement of $1,000 put in toward the end of the fiscal year. So then that made it $10,000. So that reached the threshold by which it would appear on this report to you. So it had been approved previously, but again, just the way the process works with the $10,000 threshold, you're now seeing the full amount. The supplemental amount from June now makes the full amount $10,000 for the year.
Thank you. Chair Torres, the third item on that, I'm going to ask that we simply hold the PO 137912 for Sinclair Sanitary Supply until after we approve a combination of 8.2 and 8.3. So I'm asking us to specifically pull that one out of there. I have previously worked in that industry, and I wish to recuse myself from that item to avoid any absolute possible appearance of impropriety, even though I no longer work in that industry. Thank you.
Okay. So I hear that we have a request to be able to pull PO with sanitary supplies. And so we have 8.2. Right, and is there going to be another one perhaps in 8.3?
There are 3 other ones in 8.3.
Okay. So for 8.2, have your questions been answered? And then
Yes, they have.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable making a motion to approve the PO with the exception of the sanitary supply?
Okay, yeah, we can do it that way. I move that we approve 8.2 with the exception of Sinclair Sanitary Supply.
Is there a second? Okay, motion,
Is that the item with the car detailing?
Yeah, that was the Rodriguez
Okay.
Mobile Car Wash.
So that, yeah, I accidentally wanted to pull that one, not 8.5, but I'll get to the explanation. So my question is, I thought we did that internally, with maintenance and operation employees would in-house wash vehicles, just like they take care of any district property. So I was a little surprised to see an outside vendor, private outside vendor, be the ones to detail our district vehicle. So I guess I'm curious if the other colleges use outside vendors as well, but I was always under the impression that we would take care of that internally. Maybe it's not in the job description, but I don't know.
Good evening again. I can't speak to the other colleges. I don't know what they do. This is something that I know Moore Park has done for a number of years. I don't know, there isn't anything specifically about washing cars in anybody's job description, I'm sure of that. But the person that we have actually they have a very low water system, right? So they're actually able to wash a car with like very, very little use. They cycle through, we have quite a large fleet. We've got, say, 50-ish vehicles that we want to keep clean. We want them looking pretty good all year round. So he comes, my understanding is every other week, and he cycles through all of the fleet, which is quite extensive. And as I say, that's what we've done for a number of years. Yeah.
What's the PO?
The other colleges use outside vendors?
To wash cars?
College, but we have the issue of the vans that are shared by the campus community are not cleaned regularly, so we're looking into possibly having something similar.
I think there might be a 0.0137.
We don't use outside vendors.
any further comments or questions, Trustee Chancellor?
No, I guess it's just a little concerning.
Sinclair?
I don't know, I guess on a policy level, this would seem like something within a job description of maintenance and operations, and I was surprised to read it, and that's why I was going to pull it. So yeah, it's a concern of mine, but I suppose we could look at it through a policy level if this is the way to look forward. If the board is interested in that.
Okay. Thank you. So there was a motion from Trustee Pachowski to approve 8.2 with the exception of the PO on the St. Clair sanitary supplies. Is there a second?
Did.
We did all that.
Seconded by Trustee Mantooth. Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
Trustee Pachowski, seconded by Trustee Mantooth.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichto?
I move that we approve PO.
He has to, Trustee
Hold on.
Pachowski wants to be able to to step
Well, I
out.
was going to give you that chance after I made the motion, but that's okay. Um,
But
I don't think, you don't need to walk out.
he
You
doesn't
can
want, he
just
wants to, but
stand there. I move that we approve PO 0137912 Sinclair Sanitary Supplies.
is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, seconded by student trustee. I don't think there's,
Chair Torres, can I amend my motion to include any of those such items under Sinclair and Waxy that are under item 8.3 as well, so that we can do all of those at once?
okay. So we have a motion on the table to be able to approve any of the items on PO 8.2 and 8.3 that reference St. Clair sanitary supplies
Waxy.
and Waxy. Motion made by trustee Lito. Student trustee, would you still like to second it?
Yes.
Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Trustees all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Trustee Pachowski?
Sorry. Second. That was really scary.
Okay, so now we move on
There was one other item on 8.3.
yes, so we're gonna 8.3, trustee
Yes.
Pachowski.
I move that we approve 8.3 with the exception of the purchase order for boardable at this time.
Second.
Okay, so we have motion by trustee Pachowski to approve 8.3 with the exception of boardable, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Am I allowed to vote aye or do I say
Yes,
yes?
you can say aye.
Aye.
Trustees all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, so let's talk about boardable.
Yeah, Chair, the reason I specifically asked that we hold back boardable is because I don't think we have proof of concept as of yet. I feel that it's been kind of rushed to get it to us for this board meeting. The platform appears to be very slow. There have been issues with notes not appearing to be there. And I simply think that we should table that approval until the board is comfortable with the operation of the platform. I don't think we've had this platform long enough to see. Now, I understand, in fairness to district staff, they've been working very diligently to be in contact with Boardable, and from what I've been told, Boardable has been very responsive. And I completely understand that, but as a tech guy, it's one of those things where you do sometimes need to get the kinks out. And I just simply want to make sure that we've got the kinks out and that the system's working optimally for us before we agree to pay them any money.
Chancellor.
So I moved the table.
So I'm going to ask staff to maybe help kind of walk through the timing and the consequences of if we delay this action. What does that look like? What are the outcomes of that? I will just say that in my conversation with everybody who's been involved with this project, it's in Boardable's interest to be exceedingly helpful with us. We're going to be, we will be in some ways a proof of concept, I guess, to your point, for a much larger vendor base as a result of that. And I don't think we have any concerns at this point in terms of either their commitment or their functional ability to deliver the product that we are intending to use. And I know there have been some things that have been a little problematic this time around. But I guess my bigger question is, what are our alternatives if the board doesn't approve this?
go back to Portable and talk to them about delaying the payment until this is working. We do have a PO with them. We have agreed to move forward with them as a vendor. We did, extensive research into a number and surveys into a number of different companies. And I think that based on my experience and the research we've done and the input that we've gotten, this is one of the better ones that will work well for us in the future. I do agree with Trustee Pichowski's position of, we're working through some of the kinks right now with our large organization and all the demands we're placing on it. But from the contract perspective, if we delay our payment with them, then we will be in breach of what we agreed to them.
Okay, and I just want to also add that it seems to me as I've been going back and forth on this, that we're actually having the ability through this relationship with Boardable to tailor this product to what our needs are. And so part of this development work that we're doing with them is ultimately going to be to our advantage.
100%, 100%, because they're looking at a number of California community colleges. They also work with other community colleges throughout the nation. So we're not the only community college, but yes, they are looking and working with other California community colleges to onboard them as well and kind of pick up where Diligent, our board docs vendor, has dropped off. So they see a very big opportunity and they want to make sure we're happy.
So, given that, it would be my recommendation to go forward with it and to not approve it
Yes.
At this evening's meeting.
With all due respect, Chair Torres, we've got another board meeting in 2 weeks or 12 days.
Next week.
Next week. So, I think that gives us a little bit more time to evaluate it. And if the kinks have been worked out by the special board meeting in Santa Paula, we could certainly approve it then. There's nothing that holds us back at that point.
So we can discuss it with the board. I know for myself, I've had difficulties with Portable and just now facilitating the meeting and trying to click on the link. It delays. I have to go back and restart and down it. So I know as a board chair and facilitating the meeting tonight, it's been one of those trying to facilitate to the votes, trying to also maneuver the platform, which delays, and it's been difficult, I have to say, in facilitating the meeting. So to Trustee Pichowski's point, I'm wondering, because we have another meeting scheduled next week, if there's a possibility for them to be able to look at those areas so we feel comfortable as trustees saying this is where we want to make our investment, because it is a transition. And I know with the agenda, today I have seen the difference. And so perhaps that's something that we can consider as a board. But what does the rest of the board think?
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichto.
Dr. Watkins, how many other platforms did we evaluate, review before we picked Boardable?
About 6.
Okay. And so we picked this one because we felt it was going to be the best fit for us. Okay. And so change is really hard, right? So anytime there's a change, it can be frustrating. We all kind of go through that. I see the flaws in the system now. I'm hoping that they'll fix it. Am I to understand that we already have a contract with them or a commitment? And is that commitment is pending our approval? Okay. And so this is a tool that the district chose for me as a board member. So I'll speak for myself, for me as a board member to use. I think it's my job to adapt to this new tool, as frustrating as it may be, with your help, perhaps, to get more proficient at it. So I hear the frustrations and I don't disagree with those. I don't want the district to be in a bad place with this company that we're entering an agreement with. On the other hand, I do agree with Trustee Pichowski that we do have an opportunity to give them from today to the 21st of August, which I think is next week or the week after.
9 days.
9 days to, at least address some of our concerns. So what I would recommend is if we have a handful of concerns that could be given to Dr. Watkins through the Chancellor, that could be addressed directly with Portable, and they could at least give us some indication that they understand those and will work to mitigate those. Then on the 21st, I would have no problem approving the contract. Since we've already made the agreement, I want to make good on that. At the same time, I think that it might show of effort on their part may be really a good idea for us. So I appreciate the recommendation. I don't think it puts us in a bad place. Probably not going to pay the bill for another month anyhow. So, let's let them know that we're concerned and we have these questions and fix it. That's my take.
Trustee Mantul or Trustee Chancellor?
Well, over the years, having had experience with the introduction of new software products, I don't believe I've ever seen one that wasn't without its challenges, especially the initial implementation and bringing people up to speed with its use. I also realize here that according to what we're doing tonight, we're ratifying a decision which has already been made. So I can go along with waiting a week if that's what you want to do. I don't know that it's going to make a huge amount of difference. I would certainly expect that the comments that we have made tonight will be shared with Boardable as early as tomorrow to light a little bigger fire under them to get the work done. So I'm a little ambivalent about it, but I wouldn't have a problem approving this tonight. We've taken them on board to work with them, and you know, there are similar things that have happened with other vendors.
Trustee Chancellor?
You know, it's interesting. This, I think it's clunky, it's slow. Like every time you go back, you got to go to the beginning of the agenda. So that, yeah, there's some kinks with the technology of it. The challenge for me is, you know, this is to help district-wide. I know there are many different committees and Senate meetings that use or used to use board docs and now are using Boardable. But, you know, one party that was left out of the selection process was the board. And I think that would have helped in this situation, getting the board on board with Boardable, was some inclusion of the board. So that's the frustrating part for me. And I would read, you know, board policy. I think this kind of aligns with Trustee Pachowski, you know, with delegation of authority, but it states no contract shall constitute an enforceable obligation against the district until it has been approved or ratified by the board. So I would just add that as sort of some substance there. But and I guess my clarifying question is, how long is this contract with Boardable for? 1 year. So I would suggest that I'm fine. I share your sentiment that whether we wait a week or two, I can struggle through a year. But what I would like to see is in probably around 6 months, if there are continual challenges, that this board is involved with selecting, because we looked at 6 different vendors, that we actually are involved in that process. That's a tool that we're going to use. So that would be my suggestion. And if that doesn't happen, I can tell you in 1 more year, if we're not involved in the process, I will be a hard no on extending or approving any other service that we'd be using to work our board meetings.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor.
I have a motion. Needs a second.
I just wanted to clarify for the board that this is not to ratify the contract. The contract has already gone forward and been approved by the board. This is for payment, and it's setting up the vehicle to make the payment. The purchase order is. So I know that you said if it was for the contract has already been approved by the board. It's already gone forward.
When was the contract approved?
Did it come in through consent, or when did we switch to boardables? It is now?
Yeah, because
we're ratifying the PO and the contract together? My apologies.
Dr. Mitchell, I was going to
My
say,
apologies.
I received an email saying, as you are aware, when the fact of the matter was that I know I certainly wasn't aware, and I asked about it, and I was told, and basically that email was the one that notified me that we were switching from board docs to Boardable. So I do have to disagree with the fact that we ratified something sooner.
Okay. This motion is for PO. Is contracts included, or another motion?
I didn't see anything else in the agenda.
So we're going to see the PO and then we're going to see the contract.
Not tonight, we're not.
I don't see the
Oh, under $50,000.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you say the contract's $17,000
$15,500
for the year.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why it's all in one. My apologies. I'm stand corrected
Okay.
on that one.
So it sounds, what I'm listening from the board, perhaps that they're feeling comfortable moving forward.
I moved the table
Okay.
until next week.
So there is, we have trustee Pachowski who is asking to table this until next week. Is there interest of the board to be able to table this to next week?
There's no harm in doing that, so I'll second that motion. And then let's have Boardable, like we talked about already 8 minutes ago. Let them
Okay.
address some of our concerns.
Okay.
So I will second the motion.
Okay. So there's a motion from trustee Pachowski to table it, seconded by trustee Lichtel. I also don't see any harm. So, student trustee, how do you vote?
Is this for the approval of moving this portable website discussion to next week?
And we'll take the vote next week. And this gives us the opportunity for Boardable to listen to some of the concerns and address them. And then we'll take the vote for next week.
Noted. I will say yes.
To vote, Chair Torres. Just a caution that we have next week's meeting is a special meeting with a particular focus. And I would not want us to dwell too much and too often on too many other issues at that meeting. So as we move
Agreed.
forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Trustees, how do you vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. We do have 8.5, and I know trustee Chancellor, this one was pulled by you and you said, do you want to make a motion?
This was one of the boardable back and forths, and yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve 8.5. It was my mistake. Sorry to waste time.
Is there a second? Okay, motion made by trustee Chancellor, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 9.6, trustee Pachowski.
Thank you, Chair Torres. This particular item, I've got a lot of concerns about. We were given this without, contrary to the other items under under agenda item 9, where we were given the bid amounts that came in. We were only given the one bid. I had to ask to find out what the other bids were. And I was a little surprised. I did review the questions that came in from the vendors. I was a little surprised to see that one of the vendors actually asked what the budget was for this particular project, the videography project, filmography project. And the answer for that was a budget of $200,000. So when I asked for the amounts of the other 8 bids, I was not surprised to see that 3 of the bids exceeded $190,000. I was flummoxed when I saw that the low bid in this situation was over $100,000 less at $78,000. And yet, for some reason, we're being asked to approve a $195,000 bid. And I've got a big problem with that.
Okay.
And so I'd like to make the motion that we not approve item 9.6.
So there's a motion not to approve 9.6. Is there a second? And then we'll open it for discussion, but if there's no second, then,
Second.
okay, seconded by trustee Lichtel. And discussion.
Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
Did we get a copy of the contract or the services that would be provided?
That was in the response.
Okay, I have the printed copy of the response, but not on the, not on the
there
item.
was on the SharePoint, there was actually a whole section dedicated to the different bids. That's where they were all provided.
No, I just mean on the actual agenda.
No, we did not.
Okay, so my concern is, we do our business in public and we approve contracts in public. So the public has an opportunity to review, to look, and it's transparency. And if it's not there, yeah, I just for me, just that alone is reason to send this back and to submit this for approval in the proper way, in a transparent way. That's where I'm at.
Trustee Mantooth.
The apparent discrepancy between the lowest bid and the proposed bid award. It might be helpful to hear from staff about whether or not they felt that one firm was non-responsive, or for some reason, did not have confidence that the work could be done at the level that was required. Because I don't believe you have to take the lowest bid when it's for professional services. So
Chancellor McLennan.
with this,
Yeah.
if it does come back, I think we should have an explanation
No, thank you.
about that.
First of all, I just don't want it to float out there that something's been done improper or against district policy with respect to this particular process. But I mean, it is a process. And I know between Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Herrera, we can go through how the process was followed for this particular vendor selection. But just generally, and I'll let them talk about the specifics, there are any number of criteria that are defined as functional sort of criteria for selecting a vendor. Certainly cost is one of those variables. Experience is another one. The ability to actually deliver the outcomes through the project that are being requested, and being able to demonstrate the ability to fulfill those obligations through the contract in a believable way that gives confidence to the staff making. But cost really is just one of those things. And oftentimes, as we found with where we have multiple bidders submitting their proposals, there's some very key bits of information that either leave unanswered questions or don't address the criteria that we've asked them to address. So I don't know the particulars in this one, but I know that between Dr. Herrera and Dr. Mitchell, they can maybe talk a little bit more about it. I assume it went through that type of a vetting process that had valued criteria for selection, and that there was a team of people that would have reviewed those applications, those submittals, and scored them and made their recommendations.
So the bidding process did follow all of the regulatory procedures necessary to go out for formal bid. It was advertised, and there was a detailed scope of work, deliverables, evaluation criteria, and submission instructions. I just want to reiterate that the lowest price is not the same as the lowest total cost or the lowest risk. And so we are allowed by the state to use what they call best value, and that is the matrix that the chancellor is referring to, in which we can use price as one of the criteria, but it isn't the only criteria. And in this particular RFP, I did not sit on the evaluating committee, and Dr. Herrera will be able to respond to those questions. However, as far as the criteria table is concerned, price was 40% of the weighted score. And the second highest was experience, including expertise and working with community colleges. This helps to ensure that we're not spending double the money, that we have a lower risk for having to redo work, especially when it comes to specialty and professional services, such as videography or artistic works of that nature. They want to make sure that the responsive vendor has experience within the community college and with the type of work that we need for this project. This committee reviewed 9 different bids, and there were 4 people on the committee. As I said, I did not sit on the selection committee, but that was the criteria. I'll give you the full criteria. It was 35 points toward the experience. Completeness of the proposal itself was 10 points. That's important because they have to be able to properly complete the proposal in order to go through our audits. Reference for the work was 15 points, and fees for the services was at 40%, 40 points. And that's how we came up to the 100% point criteria.
Yeah. In addition, before the process was initiated, we took the time and we identified the specific areas and programs that we wanted to have videoed, and then what we expected as far as the deliverable. So we went through each program at all 3 colleges, and we articulated whether we wanted interviews, whether we wanted B-rolls, whether we wanted editing, and specifically what the deliverable was. So the scope of work is very clear on this. And so it was surprising that we would get such a vast, from 60,000 to 190,000. It told us that if they looked at the scope of work, they clearly did not understand the work intensity that it took to complete the deliverable. So, and the rubric was very fair, and it was scored by 4 complete different people, one from Ventura, one from Oxnard, one from that's not even in the marketing field, and then myself. And we all were very consistent in our scoring. So
What were those scores for each of the 9 vendors? That wasn't asked, and it wasn't provided.
the scores were, I don't have that.
I do have the scores. Christopher Charles Stills in Motion at 92. Icebox Logic at 78.75. JCOM 82.25. LV Productions 71.5. Serena Media LLC 70.25. Leap Spark 70.25. Video Vets 85.75, VMA Communications 84, and Worldwise Productions at 88.75.
So the second highest score was Video Vets.
It looks like it was Worldwide Productions at 88.75.
Well, and how much was their bid?
I don't know if I have that on my notes right here. Let me look
pull
at
it
the whole
up.
packet.
I've got it here. I should be able to pull that up.
Yeah.
While they're looking up that information, I do have a question about a statement Trustee Pachowski made related to the amount of budget question that was requested by one of the potential vendors. Is that a typical practice for us to release the budget amount, the amount that we've budgeted for a particular project?
I have seen that done, where you give them a ballpark of what your budget, what your expectation is.
Okay, I'd have to think about it, but I
And
don't
I
know if that's
believe
the
that this came back, I believe this came back as an hourly rate. Is that correct?
Well, that's the other thing we asked for. We asked for hourly rates for editing, hourly rates for videoing, and hourly rates for, there was one more category. So in addition to the total amount, we compared the hourly rate.
Yes.
Okay. Bang for buck.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a best practice to release the budget when we're going through a bid project process, but I'll leave that up to the district staff.
Okay.
And I may have to get back to you on what the second cost was. I'm trying to look it up right now.
Yeah, the cost for Worldwise was 193,000. The Video Vets was 157,000. Icebox I know was 78. There was another one that came in at 132, but they also seemed to build in a contingency to cover the rest of the remaining $200,000. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion?
That would be more, but not to exceed, not that they would be getting the full 200,000.
No, that's not the way they worded it. Let me see if I can locate it.
And I'm not sure how they worded it. I know that that is how that budget would be working. That it would be not to exceed based on the projects.
I understand that the budget, I understand the budget was worded that way, but the quote from the potential vendor was not worded that way.
Yeah, I do appreciate the idea of creating an internal control with asking for their hourly rate, so you can compare that as well.
Good.
from one company to the other and see how many hours they're going to be dedicating to the project. So I do appreciate that.
Okay, so we currently have a motion on the table, 9.6, not to approve filmography services. It was the motion made by trustee Pichowski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. I'm going to call for a roll call vote on this one. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, you vote for
Point of order, Chair, is yes vote is to approve the motion.
to approve the motion. So you would be approving the motion not to contract filmography services, not to approve the contract at this moment,
I stick with yes.
not to approve it?
Yes.
Okay. Michelle, roll call vote?
Yeah, again, my vote's yes, because I don't know what I'm approving because we don't have the contract in front of us. So yes, I vote to not approve this concept of a contract.
No.
Yes.
No. Okay, motion made to approve the contract for filmography services. Motion made by trustee Mantooth. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. We'll do another roll call vote for this one. Michelle?
Aye.
Nay.
Yes. Okay. We now move to 11.2. Trustee Pichowski.
I'm going to move that we approve 11.2 because my questions on this were answered in the packet that we received at closed session.
Okay. So motion made to approve 11.2 by trustee Pichowski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. 12.1, trustee Pichowski.
I really had only one question on this particular item. I fully support, our dual enrollment program, but I understand that we've had some issues working out the kinks on some of these. And as I read the MOU with Fillmore Unified, I was concerned that the MOU does not seem to guarantee that we will provide student achievement records, i.e. grades, to Fillmore Unified. I've seen this happen there was an issue with Moore Park, and it seemed as though there may or may not have, and I'll defer to trustee Chancellor on this, been another issue that's come up. I just want to make sure that the students that are dual enrolling at Fillmore Unified are entitled to have their grades in their dual enrollment classes on their high school transcript without being forced to turn in either an unofficial or official transcript. I just want I want it to be seamless. I want the district to be reporting those grades to the Unified School District. And I'd prefer to see that in the MOU.
Chancellor McLennan.
Dr. Herrera, you want to address this?
Yes, we currently have a process. It's an electronic when the student applies for a dual enrollment course. The counselor sends an electronic MOU to the parents or the guardians and the student. And item number 6, and it addresses what you're talking about, Trustee Pichowski. It talks about the student assumes the rights and responsibilities previously conferred upon the parent. And it says your child must complete and sign the application for admission in the registration form and is responsible for requesting copies of the transcripts. And so we have a process where the student can go on their portal, or they can go onto a webpage for one of the 3 colleges, and they can request a transcript to be given to their high school. We don't have currently consistency across our 3 colleges of providing grades automatically. Doesn't mean that we can't.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we can't.
It's just we're not there yet. And I would also add that our districts are very different
Mm-hmm.
in what they will receive
Oh.
and how they want to receive it, and in what sort of mode it would come to them.
So when we get your concern, our director of dual enrollment is going to be meeting with all of the high school districts and identifying what information would they like to have, or what would they request, and the format that they would like it in, because the format is important also. Because for consistency purposes, if we have 9 different high school districts and each high school district has 3 or 4 schools, we have many opportunities for making a very chaotic situation. So we'd like to go through the process of discovery first, and then work with our district-wide dual enrollment committee to look at our system and how we can approach it so that it is amenable, and we can offer what we feel the student is
Yeah,
wanting.
you had mentioned item 6. Yeah, the one I was looking at there was item 6L, records of student attendance and achievement. It says all records of student attendance and achievement shall be submitted to VCCCD periodically or upon demand and shall be maintained by VCCCD, but there was no mention of sharing that information with the school district. I know, like I say, Trustee Chancellor recently had questions that the Chancellor was emailing all of us about. Does this address your concerns, Trustee?
Yeah, last Tuesday I sent a request for information, basically wondering what they do at Ventura College to Ventura Unified. And I haven't received a response yet, but it sounds like there's some fact finding that's taking place. So that
Currently,
that
yeah.
helps. So yeah, I hope this is an important issue, because here's a scenario. Even if one student, I think the vast majority of students will figure it out and navigate all these different systems, which is challenging. But even if one student just doesn't get those transcripts to the high school, that one student is, did all the work, took the class, achieved, and they're not getting credit for it necessarily, or it's not going to show up on their transcripts at the high school. So that hopefully is a shared responsibility that we all can get on board and come up with some systems in place. And I think demonstrates the importance of one more example, the importance of a board. We're putting some pressure on the urgency of this, and hopefully we'll get to see it get done.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichtel.
So did I hear right that the transfer of the transcript is done electronically from the site, from the college site to the high school counselor?
Correct, to the district.
Directly to the district?
Yes.
Okay, because it used to be students that used to have, back in 2014, they used to have to hand carry paper transcripts.
Yeah, well.
We're not doing that anymore. So now it's a transfer. So I think that's a good step in the right direction. I would say, though, that every district would be able to manage a CSV file, right? If we ran those reports by district, sorted it by district, and sent a CSV file to the district could take that and upload it to their information system. I think that's pretty seamless, quite frankly. And I would urge us to look at that. Now, on the other hand, I'm very mixed on this, because on the other hand, we're asking students who have decided to take a college level class to show the responsibility of acting like a college level student. So I totally see both sides of this. To Trustee Chancellor's point, our job is to make sure to facilitate success for our students, and not every student is going to know how to apply for the credit. Some are going to slip by, and that would be unfortunate. So if we could look at a very simple Excel file that would go to the district, I think that could solve our issue. Could. Not saying that it will.
So I could just appreciate all these comments. we have been having many of these conversations prior to tonight's meeting. Interestingly, this problem has not come to us from the districts.
Correct.
And I find that surprising, actually, because especially if it's a dual enrollment course, it's counting for college credit and high school credit. A lot of things go into calculating things around high school credits, the way they're earned and how they count and whatnot. So I'm a little surprised by that. And so our internal conversations are, before we go off solving a problem, we really need to engage the districts and find out from their perspective, what do they want? That's one part of it. The other part of it is we need to make it as easy or as encouraging students as possible to know how to take control of their records and manage their records. For that very reason, they're taking college classes. They're entering the world of becoming more of a consumer of the product of education as somebody purchasing these services and engaging that way. And they're going to be ultimately responsible for whether something falls through the cracks or doesn't fall through the cracks. But mostly we want to make sure that whatever solution we come up with, we're going to be able to, that's what the districts are going to want us to be providing to them.
Okay.
Move to approve item 12.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have motion made by trustee Pachowski to approve 12.1, seconded by trustee Chancellor. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 13.4, trustee Pachowski.
Yes, on 13.4, I had a question which I don't believe I got an answer for. The question on this one, let me just find it. So, it's a good question. Oh, yes. This is when Boardable decided to make me think it was a different agenda item number. According to the documents provided for this particular item, the organizational chart makes it appear that there's only currently one person working in the Welcome Center at Ventura College. After I took a look at the Ventura College website, it looks like the Welcome Center already has 4 student services assistant plus a student ambassador. I simply wanted to know why there seems to be a discrepancy between the list of employees on the org chart compared to the list of employees on the website.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Yes, these employees are provisionals, and we don't list provisionals in the org chart.
Okay. With that, move to approve item 13.4.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Pachowski moved to approve 13.4, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I vote yes to approve.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 13.7, trustee Pachowski.
Yes, on 13.7, hold on, gotta find it. Yeah, I know. Oh, yes, I know what this one was. I was a little bit concerned with this one because on one hand, we're being asked to raise the pay of the child development assistant. Yet when you look at the salary survey with the other community colleges that's listed in the item, we're already at the top of the list. So I don't necessarily think that the reason that we haven't been able to attract someone for this position is because we're not paying enough money.
Okay. Chancellor McLennan.
I believe we have an answer on this, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Barroso.
I will turn it over to Mr. Pilch.
Good evening, good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan. Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. This has actually been many years in the making. We have had serious recruitment efforts with both the child development assistant and the instructional lab technician. This salary increase recommendation isn't just for recruitment purposes. However, we have had recruitment challenges. I don't think that just raising the salary is going to fix our recruitment efforts. I certainly hope that it does. But this has a lot more to do with equal pay for work of equal value. And so when we got, were given direction that we could study this position and we looked into it, we also do not just external alignment, but an internal alignment study where we look at positions within the job family that have equal level of responsibility. And our instructional assistants, which if you see the report that is attached to it that went to our personnel commission, get paid several steps higher than our child development assistants. However, our child development assistants not only have the same level of responsibilities, but they actually are required to have more education than many of our instructional assistants. And with that in mind, you know, I think one of the reasons why we may have difficulty recruiting for these types of positions is when you look on the outside externally, these are not career areas that are normally paid very well. And to me, this is something looking back historically. So we should not be just basing it off of external data, but looking at our own institution and making sure that we are giving equal pay to work of equal value. And that's what this recommendation that I brought to the commission, which they approved and are now recommending to the board.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions or comments? Okay. So would somebody like to make a comment? Okay. So 13.7, motion made by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Chancellor. Student trustee, how do you vote?
This is for the approval to the raise for the child development salary. Then yes, I vote to approve.
Okay. Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so all in favor with opposed from trustee Pachowski. Okay. So there were no board policies under 14.01. Perhaps we're going to have a presentation in 15.01. Since it's regarding our strategic plan, do we need to take a break? A 5-minute break? I don't know how everyone's feeling because I know it's a presentation.
Are we going to have a presentation?
Oh, there is no presentation?
No. So in that case, Chair Torres, I move that we approve item 15.1, the CCVC 2035 Strategic Plan and District-wide Mission Statement.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, so there's a motion to approve the strategic plan made by trustee Little, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Discussion.
Yeah, Chair Torres, it seems that we had a study session. We had a lot of information that's gone to, I believe, PASS as well as the Administrative Services Committee. There was a lot of questions that came up during both of those meetings, including our last board meeting related to process and product, as well as during our special session. So I did not anticipate a presentation, and I assume if there was any questions between our last discussion on the item and tonight, that those would have been asked. So I feel that we should call for the question.
I have actually a clarifying question. So throughout the process, I'm seeing that there's a different name being presented. It's the Community Colleges of Ventura. community college. I have to look at the presentation, but I remember at the very beginning, it was discussed that it was just simply something to move forward, but it wasn't necessarily changing the name of the Ventura County Community College District, because if we did, we would have a discussion about it. So I just want to make sure that as we are moving forward in approving the strategic plan and district-wide mission, that we're not, by this approval, also changing the name from Ventura County Community College District to the Community Colleges of Ventura County.
We have not.
Okay.
I would also point out that on your slides in the attachment, if you notice on every page, it references the Ventura County Community College District. So it's really more for communication purposes in terms of our public and our audiences, having just another way of us talking about us or us talking about us. So it's not a name, it's not a formal name change by any stretch.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table. Trustee Pachowski?
I've got a comment on this. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I was there at both Ventura and Moore Park colleges when we got feedback from students, faculty, and staff. I did come into this a little bit late because I wasn't on the board until we were well into the work. And I understand that there's been a lot of work that's gone into this, and I appreciate the work of everyone that's put work into this. Unfortunately, I am going to have to vote against this because, in my opinion, the verbiage contained in this strategic plan puts our federal funding in jeopardy. And so I am not prepared to vote yes on this plan. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. Any other comments? Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, as a board, we have board goals, and I'm just wondering, do those still stand alone? Are those embedded in this? Are we going to revisit our board goals now that we have a new strategic plan with different goals? So I just had a question on the alignment there.
Chancellor McLennan?
Up to the board as and I think I commented when I first came on board a little over 3 years ago now, that the board goals, and you went through a process to get there. And I think the process that the board went through, from the stories that were shared with me about it and the way you got to those board goals, was a very meaningful convening activity for the board to go through and to start giving some high level goals, orienting goals for the district as a whole. They were called board goals, but in essence, they were strategic goals for the district. They weren't necessarily board specific goals, but they were goals that the board, along with others who participated in their development, were to guide the district going forward. So to your point, I don't know what exactly needs to happen with those, but I do think that and I'm happy to work with the board on this, I think it would be an important step to, as we look at rolling this work out, and there is a lot of alignment that, in fact, part of the conversation I had with the colleges last Friday was the next steps in this work is to get the alignment with the college plans, not just in terms of content, but in terms of the planning processes themselves. So I don't know if you may recall that when we had Gensler and Associates in to talk about this process, one of the goals with this was just to get some common language around what we call things, how we label them, and what they mean in the realm of planning and going forward. And we've done that. We've set that language out, and now the alignment with the colleges is going to be the next phase over this year to really, and both the timing of the college planning and the alignment with, and also, as I don't want anybody in the colleges to, I'll say it again because I said it on Friday, everything in this plan, and I have many commission members here who will testify to this. This work began at the colleges. It began with the colleges values, with the college's missions and the college's essentially strategic goals. And that was in the mix to get to this point. So I guess from a board goal perspective, if there's something that we want to do to have the board specific goals related to this work, it should be aligned with this as well. And we should probably figure out a way to do that. But I do want to say that the board goals as they exist before this work were labeled board goals, but they were really strategic goals for the district. And again, that's part of that language setting. What's different about this work a little bit is that the process itself was different. It was bigger, a lot more people involved than the original work that was with the current set of goals. So happy to do anything to help the board align its interest around those goals.
Thank you. Okay. I think, okay, here's my, so we have a motion made by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth to approve 15.01, which is the CCVC 2035 strategic plan and district-wide mission statement. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you. So we move to 15.2. Action. Okay.
Second.
Okay. So we have 15.02 moved by trustee Mantooth, seconded by trustee Pachowski. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I vote yes to approve.
Thank you. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And trustee Chancellor abstains. Okay, so we move on to 16.01. Trustee Lichtel.
I move that we approve the 3-year lease agreement with Premier America Credit Union, which shares our building.
Is there a s-
Second.
Okay. So motion moved by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Pachowski. Student trustee, how do you vote?
I'll abstain my vote.
Abstain your vote? Okay. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we have our student trustee who abstained. Thank you. 16.02. Moore Park College Ethnic Studies to International Travel for Students and Faculty to Mexico City, Mexico. Okay, so motion approved by trustee Mantooth. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Chancellor. Welcome. Student trustee?
I vote yes.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any?
Nay.
Okay. So we have trustees in favor and nay from trustee Pachowski. 16.03.
Chair Torres,
Yes.
I move that we approve 16.3, the agreement with Liuna and Oxnard College.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, so we move to approve the MOU between the Labor's Training and Retraining Trust Fund for Southern California Labor's Training School, LAUNA, and VCCCD Oxnard College for the use of licensed space. Motion made by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth.
Discussion. Earlier tonight, we approved paying an $11,000 rent to CLU for space in the facility. Now, I understand that we're not going to be using that anymore because we heard that from Ms. Mulch earlier. This is something where we've got space on one of our campuses that could be used to turn around and recoup some of the costs that we pay for our student and for all of our activities at Oxnard College. And frankly, I'm a little bit concerned about the possibility that allowing them to use this space for free could be construed as a gift of public resources to an outside organization. And I'd like to hear from our legal counsel as to whether or not that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's not uncommon at all for public agencies to to have some use agreements like this with regards to agencies. I think the only issue is that they make sure that that's open for folks, that they're not, just, picking and choosing how they allow for that. So with regards to this, it is not uncommon at all for agencies to allow community organizations or agencies to utilize its space at no cost. So I don't see this as an issue with regards to a gift of public funds. I think the only issue would be is if they, were to, if there was some issue with regards to picking and choosing with regards to different groups. So that's all.
Thank you. Okay.
I do have a question,
Trustee Lickdale?
probably for Dr. McLennan, and that would be, did I say it right?
I think when you
He-
slow down, it goes well.
He
Yeah,
can be taught. It's
it-
the Cuban in me. We talk
Yeah.
very rapidly. It's just the way we are, always in a hurry. I have a question regarding the program itself. I assume that the program does not charge its students. There's no fee to the students. Okay. I appreciate the heads back there saying no. Because obviously that would be a concern for me. I see this as a real positive for our community from the standpoint of providing a free service and training opportunity for those individuals in the community that may be interested in going into the labor force. And for one, I do hear what Trustee Pachowski said regarding a gift of public funds, but I think in this case, I think we're in the clear on that. And
Yeah.
so I commend the college for accommodating the program, and I hope the program goes as well as it can.
Chancellor McLennan?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just also want to add, these are educational services. And so it aligns with our mission also. And so that's a real important consideration. But I think even more important, and I hope our LiUNA reps don't mind me saying this, but we've been 3 years now coming together and working to find ways to collaborate, especially with our labor organizations, in more meaningful, connected educational ways. We've had a couple of other pilots that have gone really well. And our commitment, and a lot of this is about building trust, that we're actually delivering on the commitments that we say we're interested in fulfilling. So, for example, there's a future, and we've talked about these things. There's a possible future. We have people who are working in the trades, in the apprenticeship track and the trades, who are also on track to earn an associate's degree by taking those general education requirements through our colleges, through Oxnard College in this case. I had the privilege of serving as an administrator at Olympic College in Bremerton, Washington, for many years. Bremerton Olympic College has the largest apprenticeship program in the country through the Naval Shipyard, where 450 or so apprentice, all plumbers, electricians, welders, are going through the shipyard apprentice program at the same time they're enrolled as full-time students at Olympic College. And at the end of their apprenticeship, they earn an associate's degree, puts them on a management track if that's the desire that they want, or to even go on further into education. So we've been working with LiUNA and other trades to try to start to develop these relationships. And this is just the latest expression in that. I'm really excited about it. I want to thank Anthony for being here tonight and being a part of that. So it's beyond, this agreement's just a little piece of it. The bigger goal is the collaboration and the partnership and educational pathways for our members of our community.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. So we have a motion on the table. Motion made by Trustee Lichtel, seconded by Trustee Mantuf. So student trustee, how do you vote?
For 16.3, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I do approve that.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Chair Torres?
Trustee Lichtel?
I move that we approve 16.4 through 16.9 collectively. These are agreements with different law firms for services to be rendered to the district. I know that this was discussed at the Administrative Services Committee, and we had several questions related to process. And I do understand that there was a board member that was a trustee that was part of the process. And so I think that was good to hear. And so I submit that we approve those all in one vote, 16.4 through 16.9.
Okay. So motion made to approve 16.4 to 16.9 by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Discussion or question, trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, I'm just curious what we're actually approving. Because, again, similar to a previous item, in the past, when we were approving contracts or agreements with legal firms, we would see the details of that. What are we charged an hour? Does the clock start when phone calls are made? Because here's the thing. Legal services don't just serve the district, they serve the board. And I think it's important that we not only in our board policy and ed code says the governing board is charged with establishing policies for the employment and evaluation of legal counsel and ensuring prudent fiscal management. That obligation cannot be met without the very details this item omits. So I'm struggling with what we're approving. And I do want to also note it was a big move for the district because the ask originally by myself was that the full board, as previously we had the opportunity to engage, and it was recommended that the board would not be involved in that process. And I'm glad that you were allowed that and you took time to do that. So I thank you for doing that. Best case scenario for me would the full board would have been involved. But now that it's gotten to the board level of approving this item, I don't know if we're approving the opening of contract negotiations or if this is saying, yes, these contracts are valid. Is it a $200,000 contract? Is it a $2 million contract? So I don't know. That's my question.
Chancellor McLennan.
Trustee Chancellor, I do not disagree with you. I do not see a contract on the board item. I'm not sure if that was an accidental omission with the new process, so I do apologize. All I see is the board item, and I do not see a contract attached.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Pacheski.
I too have a concern on these items. We're being asked to approve these agreements, and we were told that there were 13 bidders. And much like the filmography services in 9.6, we were not given any details surrounding the proposals for each of the 13 bidders. I asked the Chancellor's office, albeit late, it was 2:56 this afternoon when I sent my email, for that information. I was provided with a copy of an email that was sent out that was a follow-up to a question that was asked at the ASC committee, but that email doesn't contain any information on the actual bids. There was a link in there. When I clicked on the link, there are no bids there either. And so I don't have any idea what we're approving here. And so that's a big red flag for me.
Trustee Chancellor.
Just so we can put this in context, because I don't want to throw out a number that's incorrect. For the last fiscal year that we've closed the books on, what was our total legal services? And I know I'm asking you, but I'm asking staff. What was the legal amount that we expenditure for legal services? A lot.
Must be a line item somewhere.
It is.
I want to say somewhere between 1.3 and $1.4 million.
Right around there, north of $1 million.
Okay, and I just say that because this is a big budget item for us, and it's also directly an item, as I mentioned, that we are involved with and depend on to do our job at times.
Chancellor.
So I just want to just reiterate that the process we described earlier, and which Chair Torres had an opportunity to observe. We did invite Chair Torres to observe to create a sense of, at least some sense of confidence that the process we described at the front end of this was the actual process that staff would be conducting. So there was a rubric, there were criteria, there were points, the same sort of, and multiple interviews with the vendors, obviously proposals. We had several proposals in several specialty areas of legal assistance that were included in the proposal. I believe there was pretty strong consensus on all the raters that were involved in this process, and I believe Trustee Perez, you became involved at that point in terms of when they were actually going through the rubric itself.
For just
and-
general counsel, but not for the other
Okay.
firms.
And, but from a process perspective, you were able to see those, I guess the rubric for that. So, Dr. Mitchell, I don't know if you want to add anything to that?
In regards to the bid itself, it did follow the same criteria. We followed the legal criteria of advertising the bid. It was distributed to 66 legal firms and 13, we had 13 successful responses. We did go through an actual interview with those 13 firms, and there were 8 different specialties or 6 different specialties. We had the chair tours there for the first day, which included general counsel, but it also included 11 of the 13 firms. So the next day, we only interviewed the other 2 that were only looking at capital projects, and I believe, I can't remember the second day. There was another one. So Chair Torres was there for 90% of the interviews because they were all also looking at general counsel along with other specialties with that first round of interviews. And I do apologize that the contract itself was not attached to that board item. I see that now. As far as the bid package goes, usually we don't bring the entire package to discuss at the board meeting, but if the board wants the entire package coming forward, I guess that would be, I'd take my response from
Chair
Chancellor.
Torres.
Trustee Mantuz.
You know, I'm going to vote in favor of the motion because the world we live in requires that we have these services. And with the exception of one, I'm familiar with all these firms from my own past. But I do want to support Trustee Chancellor's contention here. We need to just see the stuff.
Absolutely.
I mean, bury us in it. Don't make it look like we're mushrooms. And let us just see what's behind the scenes so that if somebody were to say to us in a conversation, well, what are your attorneys normally charging you per hour? You know, we might be able to intelligently answer the question instead of saying, we don't really know. So more transparency, I think, as a rule, will probably allow us to move forward through the business of these meetings without all this discussion.
Thank you.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Trustee Mantuz. So we have a motion on the table made by Trustee Layton, seconded by Trustee Mantuz to be able to approve the different firms. I know I sat in the
Chair
general
Torres.
counsel, and so, but I don't have the, of
If I may.
course, Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, and I knew I'd seen the information because I think it went to the ASC committee.
Yeah.
So all the information was at the ASC committee. So Trustee Chancellor and I both had the opportunity to review those packets. And I believe that in there is included, because unfortunately I have to go back to board docs to see that information. But in there, I think it does include the actual bid and amount of money that is being, is that correct?
For the one that was on,
at some
for the
point,
one
I
that was
saw
on
that.
board docs, I know that the information was there. I'm not sure how much, what it was exactly. Was it the entire bid packet? Was it
Right.
just the contract?
I'm looking at
fee?
the
Yes.
entire,
It did not make it to the new
right.
platform.
No,
the new
and we
stuff.
caught that already, and there's no reason to beat you up over it. You know, mistakes happen. Just don't let it happen again.
Understood.
Just kidding. But I could have swore that at some point through the ASC process, I believe, we did see the, I guess it would be amount not to exceed for each of these firms. I just can't put my fingers on it right now, but I'm looking at what was submitted to ASC, which is the request for qualifications for legal services for each of those vendors that we're asking to approve. So I think the information was available to us. Unfortunately, it was not available tonight, and that did create some confusion. But I agree with Trustee Mantooth that in our environment, these services are needed. I believe the district did its due diligence. I have our board chair who was part of the process, and so again, I'm ready to move these items forward.
Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote?
After hearing everything, I just would prefer to abstain my vote.
Okay. Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have trustee Chancellor and trustee Pachowski who vote nay, trustee Mantooth, trustee Lichtel, and myself who vote aye. So motion passes. I would ask the packets, if possible, to be sent to the board just so they're able to have all the information and to look at the contract and the details.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Chancellor McLennan.
I think if it's possible, we can reference this as board materials and we can include it in the public release of the materials that would have been part of this board packet as well. So we'll make it publicly available, not just to the trustees.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. There's
Chair Torres, I'd like to ask our student trustee a question, if that's okay.
trustee Lichtel.
I'm just curious the motivation behind your abstention.
But like Chancellor was saying, he said there was no quite contract according to 16.4 to 16.9. Because we didn't have all the data available. As I was checking all the links, I didn't really see a point to say yes or no. So I decided to abstain my advisory vote.
Great,
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
So there's no action items under human resources under 17. And so we move to 18.01, institutional effectiveness report to the PAS committee is the second report for district-wide dual enrollment system. Chancellor McLennan.
Ferrer is going to have a few comments to introduce the document.
I actually will summarize a presentation that was given to the PAS committee. You have the report in front of you. The intent of this report is to lay out the foundation that's being laid for the systems approach to dual enrollment to work consistently across the district. We did develop a system by integrating a collaborative leadership structure, and I want to give credit where credit is due. Melissa Johnson, I think she's in the back. She's the director, district-wide director, who has worked with all three colleges and their dual enrollment directors or coordinators in putting this whole thing together. So kudos to them for doing such a great job. We created a strategic vision of where we wanted to go. We developed strong K-12 partnerships and specific community of practices. We have 4 county-wide community of practices that included each and every district and high school, and a lot of the participants from each of those areas. And we now have a real data-informed decision-making process. We have public and internal dashboards. If you go on to our website and up at the top, you search dashboards, it'll pop up with the dual enrollment dashboard for everybody to look at. We are streamlining enrollment and registration processes. We integrated dualenroll.com for students, high school students, to make it easier for them to register. And we're pursuing two-year pathways in the early college on-ramp strategy, which is our transfer level math and English and a college and career readiness course integrated into a pathway. Our next steps, just in summarization, we're going to continue to refine our dual enrollment pathway models. We are piloting the dualenrollment.com with 3 high school districts. We'll be expanding that to all of our high school districts over the next year. We are going to revise and update our MOU templates and our APs relative to some of the discussion we had earlier tonight. We're going to expand and refine our dashboards. We're building and strengthening our external partnerships. And we're working with the American Federation of Teachers, high school teachers, and we're going to be coordinating future community of practices and a community of practice specific to the service area and the college. So while we did countywide community practices, now we're going to be going to each one of the colleges and having community of practices specific to faculty, staff, administrators, and the high schools that are in their service area. Any questions?
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichtel.
First of all, thank you for the report. Obviously, a lot of work went into it, and I'm glad to see the district is making progress with its dual enrollment goals. I do have a question related to, in your timeline, which starts on page 9, timeline for building VCCD's district-wide dual enrollment system. The very last item, early fall of 2025, anticipated hiring new associate vice chancellor over dual enrollment, economic and workforce development. I'm wondering if you can give me an update as to where we are on that process.
The interviews are going to be held August 18th and 19th, I believe. And then we'll get a list of 3, and hopefully by early September, we should have someone in place.
I would like to, it's probably already available to me, so I apologize for asking for it, but I'd like to see a fairly specific job description.
Sure.
Exactly what their role, that individual's role is going to be, and how they're going to articulate not only with the colleges, but more importantly with our high schools and our middle schools, as we have middle school students that are engaging in dual enrollment.
Sure.
Trustee Mantooth.
I would also like to thank the very excellent staff that put this together and that are so committed to this work. You know, when you talk about dual enrollment, I never hear anybody say that they're against it. But I do recall having you point out what is probably the most significant challenge for dual enrollment programs, and that's simply the awareness level and onboarding of the students themselves. And so a challenge to all of us to promote what is arguably great work and great benefit to young people. Let's all, if we cross paths with a middle schooler or a high schooler, ask them if they know what it is and would they'd like to take a college course. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Chancellor McClellan, did you want to say something? I saw you reach for the mic a little earlier. Well, right before Trustee Mantooth spoke. So I don't know if you wanted to say something. You don't have to. I just saw you reach for the mic right before Trustee Mantooth spoke. Maybe not.
Probably did. I just can't remember what it was.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledge, for you the opportunity to speak. So I don't believe there's other comments. So with this, Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much. You know, it's been surprising to piggyback off Trustee Mantooth's, you know, our role as trustees. I've probably been asked to answer more questions about dual enrollment because the title of trustee for my colleagues in the parent world doesn't mean anything. They just go, don't you work for the college in some capacity? And the only reason I bring this up is I'm continually getting questions because I agree with you. We have to promote dual enrollment to high school and middle school kids. Like, you can take a college class, but a lot of 9th graders, 10th graders, and high school students, they're in a partnership with their parents. And when it comes to their academic programs, you know, through 7th grade, 8th grade, and high school, they're used to their parents being involved. And I know there's guidelines in FERPA and this, but, and I say this through I have 2 students now attending classes at Moore Park College and Ventura College. And I think we're pushing double digits of courses they've completed, which is amazing. But sometimes even the conversation we had with getting those transcripts. So this is how it sounds like in my house is, you guys submit your transcripts yet to the high school? Not yet. When are you going to do that? I don't, how do you do that? I don't know. So it's this sort of conversation of what are we as a district doing to keep parents informed? And I know there's privacy concerns, but in that recruitment process, the more we can involve parents with the information, I think we'll get more students at the high school level involved. And the work being done is amazing. The report's amazing. I just see that as an area of opportunity. It's not a knock, but it's just an avenue, whether it's with PTAs or PTSOs, whatever it is, to get as many parents. And it's got to be frustrating because every time you have a ninth grader, the whole thing starts over. You're repeating the same thing. And I know you know this, but that's just something I would stress because my phone's been ringing off the hook the last few weeks of July because all of a sudden a lot of parents are saying, "What? How did you do this? How did you do this?" So.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Chancellor McLennan.
Yeah, so I think we have a great resource over here that we can refer parents to. I think that'd be really, seriously, this is it's just one of those challenges, and we know it. It starts in early, but ninth grade at least, kids are starting to push themselves away from their parents. And, it gets more so sophomore, junior, senior. And, our advice and orientation to parents is the more, especially in these academic decision-making things, try to force yourself back into the conversation with your ninth grader, your 10th grader, because it's kind of a natural separation time. And they're, I got this, you don't have to, that kind of, you hear it, I'm sure as well. It is something we're interested in, very much so, making sure the parents have the information and can help be the advocates, for their students that are wanting to participate in the program.
Thank you.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Paczewski.
I want to thank you again. I think I did this at the past committee. I want to thank you again for a great update on the dual enrollment program. Like I say, I don't think you're going to, I'd be willing to challenge any of our trustees as far as who's one of the biggest supporters of dual enrollment on this board. I know I am. I know that I talk about it every chance I get out in Simi Valley and Moore Park. I know that, I've actually seen parents go up to dual enrollment students to try to find out what's going on. I've spoken with at least one middle school principal who told me he's got 8th graders now that would love to take a dual enrollment program. I passed that along to the Chancellor's office. Hopefully that got back to you. I think it did. And so, I do want to echo what Trustee Chancellor said. We do have that opportunity to go out and promote the dual enrollment program. And we need to make sure that we're working with our partners to take advantage of that. And we should be doing that every chance we get. I know, if there's an opportunity that you hear of over in Trustee Area 4, and you don't have anybody that can go, call me. I will go. I have no problem doing that. I was at National Night Out. I was at the Moore Park College table about a week ago, and I was talking about dual enrollment there with younger kids. So we just need to make sure that we're just taking every opportunity that we possibly can to be talking about this, because as we saw back in our strategic planning session back in January, one of the challenges that the district has, the feedback that we got was that we're invisible, and the only way we cannot be invisible is to be visible, and so and I'm not saying this and saying great, staff should do that. I'm willing to do it too. I'm willing to roll up my sleeves and help on this. So whatever we need, I'm there.
Thank you, Trustee Paczewski. Thank you, Dr. Herrera. So with this, we have our graduates from the summer.
Torres.
Trustee Lichto.
I move that we approve items 18.2 through 18.4.
Second.
Candidates for graduation and certificates.
Okay, so motion made by Trustee Lichto to approve 18.2 to 18.4 for all of our summer 2025 candidates for graduation. Seconded by Trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Yes, I approve.
Trustees all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I don't think there's any opposed, but any opposed? Okay. So motions 18.2 to 18.4 pass. And with this, we move to the Chancellor's report, 19.1.
I don't have any additional information to report.
Okay. I just want to grab a Coke. So, but I don't want to call for recess because it'll be longer. Yes, please. So I thought the Chancellor was going to have a report. And so, okay, so trustees reports. So 20.01, student trustee.
Back in June, I talked about Pride Month, but I want to make sure we keep supporting the LGBTQ community in our district all year round. Every school here has a Pride Club, and a lot of our students are part of that community. Pride Month might officially end in June, but respect doesn't come with an expiration date. And honestly, it's not like LGBTQ students walk around saying, "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm part of the LGBTQ community." They're just everyday people, just like you and me. Most of the time, you wouldn't even know unless you ask someone. And let's be real, asking that is kind of like asking someone if they're straight or not, and that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't tell you anything about their personality, their values, or the kind of person they are. This is about treating people with basic human respect, plain and simple. The next topic I will be talking about would be the food insecurity, both on and off campus. I'm really grateful to Sierra Whalen, who was the previous student trustee, for laying the groundwork on this issue, and I plan to keep pushing it forward. Outside of school, I volunteer with the LA Regional Food Bank. Just to give a quick briefing of what it is, every box we pack goes to a family in need, and just in 3 to 4 hours. There we go. We complete over 1,000 boxes, and that's a real impact, truly. On-campus programs like Greater Central at Moore Park College have made a huge difference for students who also cannot afford food. And let's be honest, access to food is a basic human right. And it's an essential obligation no matter if you're a student, American citizen, or anyone else in the world. Before this meeting, I was able to actually speak with the president of Ventura College about how essential it is to allow the same kind of benefits for all our students. And she informed me that the Ventura College typically helps over 400 students a day, which is the kind of number that we actually want to hear. I may attend Moore Park College, but I respect every student within the college district and making sure that no one goes hungry, which is part of my responsibility. Lastly, I want to truly thank the Ventura district community. Just a big thanks to everyone who has made me feel welcome as part of the Board of Trustees. I'm truly excited for the Student Trustee Workshop coming up this weekend from August 15th to August 17th in Ontario, California, not Canada. My mom has got it wrong. But I told her and she laughs it off. But I'm ready to really soak up all the information that I can to do the best of my job as representing all the students. Honestly, I feel really grateful and humbled to have a platform to speak up for those who don't always get the chance to be heard. And the truth is, even if you're an American citizen, not everyone's voice carries the same weight, unfortunately. But power usually goes to those who can vote. And while my vote is an advisory vote, it still means a lot to me that any motions that specifically involve the students, I'm allowed to have a say in. I hope the students in the Ventura district that I'm making the decisions for everyone's best interest in mind. Thank you so much for everything, and this will wrap my report for this month.
Thank you, student trustee. Trustee Chancellor.
Keep it very brief. One of the things I noticed, speaking of dual enrollment and helping my kids pick some classes, is the lack of available options for in-person in general for students to take courses. Secondly, was the lack of in-person in the evening options. So some of the courses they were looking at was political science, perhaps a math class, English class, and economics, things like that. And in many cases, there were absolutely no options after 3:30, 4 p.m. in person. And in some cases, the in-person options, there was 1 or 2. And what I've noticed, which I think it's a terrible thing, but maybe it's a good sign that more of our students and enrollment is up, but a lot of the courses are either waitlisted or full, or sections, I guess, classes. And are we able to pivot and open up new sections as soon as possible so we don't turn students away. Because with those online options, I mean, I know I'm speaking to the choir here, but a lot of our students, if it's full at Ventura College or at our two sister colleges, what's stopping them from going to Santa Barbara, Pierce, or wherever it may be to find an option best for them? So I'm trying not to be dramatic here, but for me, it was very alarming to see, and I encourage my colleagues on the board to look at the class schedules, pick a couple classes, and assume you were going to be a student and you want to take an in-person class. Please look at the options that are available. It's dismal at best. At best. So I say this because I do find an alignment with board policy that we can address this, and that would be board policy 4020, I think, and that is programs and courses must be relevant to community and student needs. And that's a board policy language that we have. So I think as a board, we need to make sure we're fulfilling the needs of our community and student the best we can on that. A couple other things that I had. I did send a request for information, and this came up in public comment, but it was, let's see here. The questions I asked were the justification for tabling the EOPS counselor hire, current process and timeline for revisiting this decision, whether the college administration was exercising appropriate authority over categorical hiring, how the district plans to address the serious concern by the EOPS coordinator. The only reason I bring it up in board report now is I haven't received a response and I don't know if I will. So I'm bringing that up for my colleagues to just to be aware of what I asked for in that realm. I have a shout out, and that's to a Moore Park College professor for helping some dual enrollment students that were kind of in a crisis mode and trying to get into a class. I think it was Kenneth Plummer. So just wanted to say a big, huge thank you to him and the class that they were able to take. And I was able to visit Ventura College and plan to come back to just be there and to be present, but the campus looks amazing. I know there's a 100-year anniversary coming up, but grounds and facilities and things of that nature look wonderful. So that's great to see. Sorry for the long report, but I just wanted to make sure I said those things, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Trustee Mantooth.
Just a couple of remarks about last Friday's Convocation Day. I elected to immerse myself more at Oxnard College, so my apologies to Moore Park and Ventura that I didn't bounce over there. Your time will come. And one of the expressions I love to use at this time of year is Happy New Year. It's exciting. Everybody's excited. You can feel it. And I'm sure it's the same way at the colleges I was not able to be present at, that you feel like you're part of a family and you're part of something really big and really good. And let's not lose sight of that. Have a great year.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Pachowski.
Yeah, I'm going to go through some of the things I've been doing to make sure that we're visible out in East County. I'm going to go back to June since that's the last time we met. June 20th, I attended the Moore Park Chamber Breakfast, where I was able to help promote what we're working on. June 21st, I was here for our special board meeting. June 25th, the Simi Valley Chamber held the Legislative Affairs meeting. Tuesday, July 1st, I attended the Simi Valley City Club meeting. July 2nd was the Moore Park Chamber Government Affairs meeting. Then I had a little bit of time off. On Friday, July 11th, I met with some folks from the Santa Paula Latino Town Hall, educating myself, since I'm still newish, to some of the issues that they're facing up there with their desire to expand out into the Santa Clara Valley. I attended the Ventura County Taxpayers Association breakfast on July 16th. And then on July 22nd, I know Trustee Mantooth heard about this at the past meeting, but it bears mentioning. I had gotten an invitation from one of the attendees at the Santa Paula Latino Town Hall to come back to Santa Paula on Tuesday, July 22nd. They had a ceremony there, which was just wonderful. They called it their pre-admission Student Success Academy and it was at Santa Paula High School. Now, what really stood out to me, that this was a group of 8th graders. These were kids who, and they were kids, they weren't just students, they were kids. These were kids who had fallen behind on what they needed to, where they needed to be to enter Santa Paula High School this year. And they spent the summer taking classes and getting up to speed so that they can get to where they need to be to start as freshmen at Santa Paula High this fall. But what really stood out to me at this event was something that Rick Castanero, he's one of the counselors at Santa Paula High School, had to say. He said something I've never heard from a high school counselor before in my life. He said, Santa Paula High School is a community college prep high school. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. When's the last time you heard a high school counselor talk about community, even talk about community colleges? So I really appreciated him saying that, and the fact that they realized that for most of their students, the community colleges of Ventura County are their way to go to college, at least initially. And so I just thought that that was important to share, because I thought that was that really stood out. And I know that Chair Torres was trying to get there. She got stuck in traffic and she had another appointment to get to. So unfortunately, she didn't make it there to hear that. But that's what you missed, Gabby. On the following day, Wednesday, July 22nd, the Simi Valley Chamber had another Ledge Affairs meeting. Saturday, July 26th, I had the opportunity to attend a very unique event at the Reagan Library. It was the first time a congressional hearing has ever been held at the Reagan Library. The House Ways and Means Committee held a hearing at the Reagan Library. They were discussing the effects of the big, beautiful bill. On July 29th, we had our past committee meeting. Last Tuesday, August 5th, I was at the Simi Valley National Night Out I got to spend time with the associated students from Moore Park College. It was good to get to know the students a little bit. It was fun. But again, I was talking about dual enrollment for parents of younger kids that came by, and talking about Moore Park College in general. It was a lot of fun to get out there and essentially play the role, one of those roles that we get to do every once in a while, which is cheerleader, and it was good to do that. Next day, the Moore Park Chamber had a government affairs meeting, so I was there. And then on Thursday, I was fortunate to attend the State of the College at Moore Park College. Thank you, Dr. Sokanu, for a fantastic presentation. I got to meet one of the behind-the-scenes stars at your college that day, who I had heard about in Washington, D.C. from John Forbes, and that would be Oleg, your Dean of Institutional Effectiveness. And John couldn't stop talking about him back in D.C., and it was nice to get to meet him as I was taking the tour of the Performing Arts Center. The next day was Convocation Day, and I think I may be wrong, but I'd say that was one of the 2 best days that I've enjoyed being a trustee so far. There'd probably be a few more in there if I hadn't caught COVID back in May, because I would have made it to all 3 graduations instead of just Ventura College. But on Friday, the schedule was a little challenging, but I figured Chancellor McLennan speaking at all 3, I'm following him. And so I got to visit Oxnard College for the first time since I've been a trustee. I'm looking forward to coming back next month for an official visit. Then I got to go visit the folks over at Ventura again. I did forget to mention, I actually met with one of your professors last Monday. I was in Ventura. I had jury duty that afternoon, but she had reached out to us. In fact, she actually spoke earlier tonight. It was Cami Algiers. She had reached out to all 5 of us about a concern she had, and I got to see her by her garden that's a biology lab. And looking at it, you'd never know that it was actually a biology lab, but it is. And so I got to see that. I got to learn about that a little bit, and we got to talk a little bit about some of the concerns that her and one of her colleagues had. But after visiting Ventura on Friday, then I got to go spend the rest of the day or until lunch over at Moore Park College. And I want to echo what the chancellor said about the conversation that was going on in the campus center that day. I believe I said while we were sitting there, the four of us, Dr. Herrera, Dr. Putnam, Chancellor McLennan, and myself, I believe my comment was, it would be incredible if we could have this place humming like this all the time. And it's one of those things that I feel very, very strongly, and I know it's coming, but I think we need to find a way to have hot food available for our students, faculty, and staff on our campuses. And I understand that it's being worked on, and I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to that coming up. So with that, that's going to conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. Trustee Lichtel.
Thank you, Chair Torres. I want to begin by stating that I was really excited to see the accreditation report and want to thank everyone that was involved in that process, including my co-trustees who put time and energy into addressing the concerns that were left with us during the official visit. However, the conclusion, which reads the institution has addressed the requirement and meets standard 4C12, was a little bit of a letdown from the standpoint of all the work that we did it's not captured there in that conclusion. So I just wanted to mention that I thought the work was, it was worthwhile. It was done, I think, intentionally with a lot of intentionality and very thoughtful. And I did appreciate all the work and all the support that we got from the district in assuring that that accreditation process was as successful as it could be. And again, I like to keep our eyes on the main thing, and to me that was one of the main things. We've mentioned a dual enrollment already, so thank you for the work on that. And then I wanted to mention, and I see that one of our student reporters is still here, and I want to mention I thought the student reports tonight were very well presented and were very efficient. So unfortunately, the other two, your two cohorts aren't here, but if you could pass that along, I really appreciated your thoughtful reports this evening. So I commend you for that, and hopefully that'll continue.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. I'm going to be brief on mine. I wanted to thank the colleges because during the month of July, we know what our community faced in terms of the different rates that took place. Many of our families were impacted, I know in Oxnard, but all over our county. And so I was happy to see that our colleges sent information out to our students, letting them know that this is a safe place and there's some resources that are available within our campuses. And so I really appreciated that we did that. And I know that I came across students and they were also appreciative of that information that was sent out. So I just wanted to really commend you for being able to respond during the summertime and be very visible and very present with our students during that time. I'm also looking forward to listening to comments from the faculty wanting to know, what do I do? So if there's someone that comes into my campus, what exactly is it that I need to do? And so I know that there was conversation that was mentioned a while back, but I think now with during these times and everything that's occurring, and definitely the community and the students that we serve, something just to consider in terms of the faculty and just informing them of what should they do should they come across an agent, and how do they respond as a faculty member, as a classified member, as an administration. And so I'd be interested in just afterwards finding out what that looks like for our colleges. If we're also asked, because many times as trustees, as we're in the community, they also ask us, what exactly do you do in order to be able to protect our students? So I just wanted to commend the colleges for that. And that is it for my report. And with this, we move now to 21.1.
Chair Torres?
Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, if I may, I do want to make a comment. It concerns me the language of I don't know, it seems that when an agency has an issue with an individual, I don't want us to put our staff in a position where they would be violating a law or putting themselves in danger. So that does concern me a little bit. I certainly can sympathize and empathize with the individuals that may be impacted, but I don't know that the message of intervention from our board chair to staff in those kinds of situations is prudent. And so I just felt that I needed to make that comment.
So my comment was just there's information that they're putting out. There is no directives. So this is something that was just information requested if there's anything that's been out there, but it's definitely something that as a board, really as a district, really coming and responding to the needs of our students. But I'll let our chancellor respond because this is something coming from his leadership, the leadership of our president. As we move forward in protecting our students, it's simply knowing what do we do should somebody come. And that's it. It's not saying no, we're not giving them a directive, but there is steps that are taken. And so I know our chancellor, along with our presidents, are able to look into what that is. We have our legal counsel and they're able to recommend what do we do should anybody really come onto our campus wanting to look for our students. And so as a district, and as we just approved our strategic plan, we certainly take a position in terms of protecting our students. What does that mean? And so we have our administrative team being able to respond. Also in public comments, we did hear from our faculty, and that's the reason I also brought it forward, asking questions and saying, what should we do? So we do have to be able to respond, but that is for the chancellor to be able to do so. And so I just wanted to make comment of what it is that I heard from faculty addressing the board, saying that this is something that they would like to have more information about because they're concerned for their students. Trustee Chancellor, I saw you with the mic.
So if you want to speak, okay. Yeah, I would just say, I think it's definitely in our lane as trustees to direct the chancellor to either develop policy that we can review, or if there's policy in place already and procedures to share that with staff. It sounds like there are some questions on what to do. And I think that is very appropriate and something that should and could be done. And as a board, we can definitely exercise our right as giving our chancellor the directive to share that if it needs to be shared, if it hasn't been already.
Chair Torres. My objection had nothing to do with procedures. I think procedures are important, and I'm surprised if they're not already established, that we have some kind of process in place in those kinds of situations. My concern was with language saying that we should be, I don't want to send a message as a board, my opinion, that we should be standing between anyone and law enforcement or anyone else performing that type of a duty. I don't want to send a message to our staff that that's an expectation. And if I misheard you, I apologize, but that's what it sounded like to me, that we're sending a message as a board that we should be fronting for those individuals, when the reality is, I don't think that's within our purview.
No, it was simply preparing our staff. So there are things that they need to be prepared, and it's sometimes they might be asked, and it's what those procedures would look like, and they do exist, and it's happening in other districts. So it's just simply for the team. It's something they've done before. So this isn't something new because we've discussed it in the past. So this is just simply reassuring our students, our staff, what to do. Because once we hear our faculty coming forward and saying, what should I do? Should I be asked? What does that look like? Because they're on our campus and there should be procedures, which I believe they are. And just thanking our presidents and our leadership team for being able to be there for our students and respond to them and make them feel safe, because that is part of who we are as a Ventura County Community College District, and which is very much aligned to the strategic plan that we just approved. So with this, we're moving on to 21.1, which is requests for future items. Is there any requests from trustees or discussion? Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, it was kind of a cliffhanger, that special meeting we had with student housing. So I thought we'd have an update on that of sort of the I guess it would be again, I'll use that word directive. The board was pretty clear on the direction we wanted to go with enhancing and using reserves for that. So the continued conversation and updates for that, I think the community is very eager to hear that.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe from the special board meeting, there would be updates that would be provided to the board just to give us just an update of where things are. So perhaps for the September meeting, that might be something if the district is ready to present just an update of where we are. Trustees. So I actually wanted to get input from the board. So we've been hearing Santa Paula come to us quite some time now, different members from the community, and we actually are going to be going to their community next week. And one of the questions that has come up consistently has been the land acquisition. And so I'm curious if there's interest from the board to study what that would look like. So it's not necessarily making a commitment of we're going to buy the land, but it's simply what does land acquisition look like? Because it comes up all the time. And I feel like in a way it would be like of honoring what the request has been and saying, we're looking into this. We've been hearing you. We have programs and we're looking into building programs within the community. You've been talking about land acquisition. We're going to take a look at it. What would that look like to address what they've been coming to us for? And so I'm curious if there's interest from the board to be able to have the district explore what that would look like and then be able to present that to the board based on all of the conversations we've heard throughout at least since I've been a trustee and most recently these last two years. So I was just wondering if there was interest from the board to explore what that even looks like, land acquisition. And that's simply an exploration, not necessarily in terms of making a decision. Trustee Pachowski.
I'd like to get regarding a reserve requirement. We've got certain requirements that we have to keep. We have to maintain certain levels of reserve. I want to understand better what we have to reserve cash versus what we can invest. Because the fact of the matter is that if we don't have to keep all our reserves in cash, there's absolutely nothing that says we couldn't purchase a piece of land either to use in the future or as we build out something instead of all, or use as a piece as an investment piece towards our reserve. I'd just like to get a better understanding of what our reserve requirements are when it comes to cash versus other means of investments.
Okay, so just for the district, as we're looking for future agenda items, I'm just trying to see if there's any consensus from the board to want to support what that would look like in terms. Okay, so I have an interest. There's an interest from Trustee Pachowski. So I'm curious if there's interest from board members.
I would be surprised if there's anyone in this room who doesn't know how I feel about the topic, and including my fellow trustees. But I will say yes for the record. But I will also say that it is something, once we gain knowledge, it's really an action that needs to be followed up on by our chancellor, because it moves us into an operational area. So I think we'd have to be very careful about how public we are about any kind of potential negotiation. But more information is never a bad thing.
Okay. So it looks, Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, I would just say that I think it's putting the cart before the horse just a little bit. I don't think we're at a place just yet where we're going to reach the center status within that program. And I think if we're going to use either a reserve or existing dollars that can be used for existing issues and concerns and meeting the needs of current students for something that could be out 5 to 10 years down the line, I don't know how I feel about that right now. I think that Trustee Pachowski brings up a good point. Though I think it is in cash. I think we need 2 months of reserve stashed away, enough to carry the district for 2 months. And I assume that's in cash because you can't pay people in land. I mean, arguably you could, but I don't think that works. So I don't know. I think it's worth a discussion, maybe an exploration. I don't know that another task on staff is necessarily prudent when we've got a lot going on, a lot of good work happening, in this district. And I think we're a little bit away from actually building a building of that magnitude that requires a new piece of land for us to build on. At least that's just my opinion based on the data.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. And then staff later doesn't have, I mean, they can decide when that will be presented. It's just more if there's an interest, and then the chancellor alongside with his team can decide when this would come forward and be presented. So certainly not something that is you're having to do this right now, but at least if there's an interest, because we've been hearing this consistently. So I was curious just to hear from the board. Trustee Chancellor, you were going to say something.
Yeah, and I hate to open a can of worms at 10:40 at night, but I guess, and I have complete faith in Vice Chair Lichtel and you, Chair Torres, with developing the agenda for next week. But it does pose a question, and I hope the agenda is posted not the day before, since it's a special meeting, so the community, I mean, this has been one of the biggest issues for community interest. So I hope that agenda can be posted as soon as possible. But I am curious on what that agenda is going to entail. Is it, you know, I hope it's not just what we've done up at this point, because I think we've explored that, but it really cracks open the question mark of what we're looking to do for the next 5-10 years, or even up to, you know, 2035 to go along with our strategic plan. What is our strategic plan in the Santa Clara River Valley? And I hope there's partnerships with our K-12 partners, community partners, healthcare partners. Like, I hope we're really thinking outside the box for this meeting next week, and that the resilient or frequent comments that we've received at public comment from community members pleading with us to build partnerships, to build programs. I hope that, you know, is discussed next week. So, and I have full faith in our leadership, board trustee leaderships to do just that. But that's just sort of a goal that I have. And yes, to answer your question on the land exploratory item, for sure. Yeah.
And thank you for your input, because the agenda is something where we want to get input from the board. And so what we have is a response to be able to go back to the community, because what we have received was, it's been about a year and a half since you were last in Santa Paula. And so they want to know, what are we doing next? And so Dr. Herrera, alongside with President Claudia, is also working together, I believe, in a presentation with more detailed information of what's been occurring, and also discussing, I believe, steps that are going to be moving forward. What has the work been up to this point, and what does it look like moving forward? And so definitely your input is very valuable, because we're able to bring also the voice of the trustees as they're presenting. So thank you. Trustee Pachowski.
Like, you want to get, but in addition to that, one of the can't eat a plan, no plan. And I want to understand that it may not happen next week, but I think that it's important that moving forward, whatever we decide to do, there needs to be a plan with specific targets in mind, and people need to be responsible for reaching those targets. And so I just want to make sure that whatever course of action we move forward on, whether it's next week or next September, you know, next regular meeting, that there be targeted, that we have a specific plan as far as how we're going to move forward. I think that's important. I think the residents of the Santa Clara River Valley deserve that. They deserve the opportunity to know how we plan to move forward. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. Okay, so we now move to 21.2, which is discussion concept of updating board policy 3500, safety. Trustee Pachowski.
Yeah. me a second here if you could. This proposal is about safety. We heard public comment tonight from community members who seemed to think that this is about discriminating against anyone, and that's completely and totally incorrect. Frankly, I have multiple family members who are gay. This concern, though, grew out of two incidences that occurred at Ventura College this January, and I want to emphasize that because at the past committee hearing, we had a public comment that said, well, Moore Park College hasn't had an incident in 6 years. Well, if you're on Instagram, I suggest that you pull out your phone and go to the Ventura County Community College District Police Department Instagram page. January 29th, there was an incident description. The VCCCD Police Department has received 2 reports of an unknown individual entering the female restroom of the Science and Mathematics and Multicultural Disciplinary East buildings at Ventura College. Yes, these were single-sex restrooms. I do know, though, that around the same time, there were also multiple incidents that occurred at College of the Canyons. That made Fox 11 News. Frankly, when I saw that on Fox 11 News, I kind of wondered whether or not, and I think I sent an email to the Chancellor's office at that point, if I'm not mistaken, that I wondered if there was some sort of a connection between the two incidents, the two at Ventura and the ones at College of the Canyons, simply because College of the Canyons is a straight shot down the 126 from Ventura College and vice versa. And so, in my opinion, having multi-user, all-gender restrooms, which we're not required to have by law, only increases the likelihood of additional incidents like the 2 that happened at Ventura College in January. Earlier tonight, one of the individuals who spoke during public comment asked if we have 2 restrooms at home that are separated by sex. Well, of course, the answer is no. But there's a difference. The difference is that your single user what you have at home is a single user restroom. And probably, I know mine do, probably has a lock on the door, which ensures privacy. Somebody comes, somebody accidentally tries to walk in, the lock on that door is going to keep your family member from coming in. We don't have this at Moore Park College. I haven't seen the multi-user all-gender restrooms at Ventura or Oxnard, but I know that I've seen the ones at Moore Park College, and I noticed that the discussion at the ASC committee actually asked if we had images, and if any board member wants to see the images of the restrooms at Moore Park College, happy to show you. To the credit of Moore Park College, what they have done is they have attempted to cover up the holes in between the doors. You get a little gap in the doors, and they've covered those up with brushes. That solves the problem of somebody walking by a stall, possibly peeking in. Unfortunately, there are still two safety and privacy issues that still aren't addressed by those brushes. The first is the exact description of what happened at Ventura College. The doors do not go floor to ceiling, floor to ceiling rather. They have gaps above and below. So much like happened at Ventura College, anyone can come along, take their phone over the stall or under the stall and start snapping pictures. The other concern about privacy is that in the one that's labeled
urinals and stalls, there's a divider between the stalls, but there's nothing giving the user any privacy at all behind them. So if you're standing there using a urinal, anybody can walk behind you and you're exposed. And I've spoken with faculty at Moore Park College, faculty who have an office on that second floor. And they've told me that as a general rule, they feel so uncomfortable using those restrooms that most of the time they try to use the restroom on the third floor or the first floor. But the reality of the situation is that as much as this individual tries, sometimes it's just not possible. And he's had to use those restrooms as uncomfortable as he felt. Now, I first started talking about this. I know I spoke with the Chancellor about it in February in our one-on-one, and I made a request. And what I should have said at the past committee meeting, and I didn't, and I apologize to the Chancellor for not doing this then, is that the Chancellor was well within his rights at the time to deny the request that I was making, that he changed these back. Well within his rights. That's part of his role as Chancellor. He doesn't have to take a request from one trustee. Which is why this has had to come before the board. Because it's our job as a board to set direction and policy for this district. I know that I've spoken with multiple people who are here in this room right now, and I'm not going to tell you who it was, but I've spoken to multiple people in this room right now who have told me that they would be uncomfortable using a multi-person, all-gender restroom. And yes, it's about comfort. Yes, it's about safety, but we have to be thinking about the comfort and safety of all of the people using our campuses. This is not about trying to eliminate all gender restrooms by all means. The building, the academic center at Moore Park College, and most of our buildings were built 30, 40, 50 years ago. And the construction on those buildings was designed so that you've got multiple levels of a building, and they put the restrooms in the middle so that the restrooms, male and female, can share plumbing. Now, the newer construction contains single-user restrooms. And we can sit here and debate whether this may be the best or not best place to put that. And I'll be the first to say, you know what? Maybe this isn't the right policy to put this on. Maybe it needs to be a separate policy on its own. Maybe it needs to go on a different board policy. But one of the things there were several things I was trying to do with this. One of which was I was trying to make it clear that there's no intention here to eliminate a single user all gender restroom. Why? Because much like your restroom at home, it should have a lock. And if it doesn't, we should, our policies and or procedures should take that into account and make sure that there is one. The other concern, which was mischaracterized in one of the written public comments that we received, that I had mentioned at the past committee meeting, that the Denver public schools, it wasn't a college, it was the Denver public school system, is currently under investigation by the U.S. Department of Education, because what the Denver public schools have done is they went and they changed a bunch of female restrooms to all gender restrooms and left the male restrooms alone, creating an inequality, discriminating against females. Yeah. And while leaving the male restrooms alone. Reality is, at Moore Park at least, we don't do that. But the reference in the written policy that I wrote up references Title IX and making sure that we're providing an equal number of female and male restrooms so that we're not discriminating against one sex or the other. And that's why there's the reference to Title IX there. And personally, at the past committee meeting, Trustee Mantooth expressed the concern that he would much prefer to see that something like this be handled by the administration, and I would too. And if the administration's willing to handle it, then we don't need to take any action. But again, like I say, respectfully, the Chancellor was well within his rights to say no. And so it's up to us as a board to decide if we want to protect the safety and privacy of people on our campus. And that's why I brought this forward.
Thank you, Trustee Pachowski. So, trustees, as you can see, Board Policy 3500, this is specific to campus safety. And so this policy is specifically to the overall safety of the campus. And Trustee Pachowski, as you were able to see, wanted to add additional language that was really specific to restrooms. So I heard also Trustee Pachowski say perhaps this is not the place to put this information should the will of the board be to consider this language. Perhaps it could be another policy. So I believe this went through pass, and so it was moved over to the board level to determine if there was an interest of the board to consider the language that Trustee Pachowski submitted. And so in order for the district to move forward, or for our to even move forward into considering something like this in administrative procedures, we just need to get a sense of where we are as a board, I believe. And I don't want to speak for Trustee Mantooth, so maybe he's able to speak. I believe from reading in the minutes, you had recommended that this perhaps be addressed through AP, and the Chancellor decide what's in the best interest of, in terms of the needs of students and deciding how that's going to look like within each college.
Yeah, I'll try to not use as many words as I used in my response at the past committee meeting. But I do believe, number one, that language like this should not be incorporated in a policy because it's far too specific for what should be overarching language. Then it would be something to consider perhaps for an administrative procedure. But I don't even see that rising to the level of safety. When I think of safety, I think of fires, I think of pandemics, I think of active shooters. I don't think we have a problem here. And I think it's about choice. And I think that I don't have any interest in pursuing this at all. I think it's a decision that is made operationally and by the college presidents in concert with our Chancellor.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Comments from any other trustee? Trustee Lichtel?
Yeah, so I want to clarify, or at least get clarification, that there is no statute that requires us to have gender neutral restrooms. Is that accurate? Single user must be gender neutral, but multi-user, there's no requirement for that. Okay. So I do believe that a safety issue here may exist, could rise. And I kind of see this conversation as being the board being proactive and at least having the discussion about whether or not these restrooms, when we do create a gender neutral space, if we're able to provide the safety that we want ourselves and our loved ones to have in a restroom. I'll tell you a story quickly. I was at the Kansas City airport and they have gender neutral restrooms. And here's what's different from the experience that I had compared to what I think perceive exists on our campuses. The restroom in the Kansas City airport, it's a brand new airport, by the way. It's absolutely beautiful. As you walk in, there are almost like closet type structures that are individualized. So you walk into a closet for lack of a better term, but it's your own personal space, and it is floor to ceiling covered. So there's no opportunity for somebody to know who's in that restroom, whether it is a male or a female or other. And there's no opportunity for anyone to be able to do what Trustee Pachowski had mentioned with a phone, take a picture, what have you. Felt like a safer space than what I believe exists at Moore Park College and maybe the other colleges, which would be a stall that has at least a foot, if not more, of open space underneath and the same up above. This is a pretty typical restroom structure for our campuses, including K-12 schools. So I do see that as a little bit of an issue from a safety standpoint. So that does concern me a bit. And again, I think that if we want to have a discussion about creating a different space that is gender neutral, that is more akin to what I described, I'm open to that discussion. But I think that in the present format, I think that we should be proactive in making sure that we're not putting people in harm's way. Whether we've had an issue or not, if we identify that the risk for an issue exists, it's incumbent on us to at least have a discussion and see if there's something that needs to be mitigated. I think overarching with the question that we have before us is I'm not sure that this is the right policy, as was mentioned. I certainly would like to get feedback from staff on that. I'm not sure that a policy is necessary or needed. I think Trustee Pachowski would agree from his standpoint if staff remedied the situation, that we wouldn't need a board policy, and maybe an administrative procedure would be the best approach. But I don't think it's something that we want to just ignore and just dismiss, because I do believe that there are a vast group of individuals that may be uncomfortable with the situation that's been created, that maybe through some architectural changes, people would feel a little bit more comfortable. And so, this is not about excluding. This is about making sure that everybody feels comfortable. And I will tell you that when I use the restroom in Kansas City Airport, I did not feel 100% comfortable, especially when I went out to a common area where you wash your hands, and I was standing next to a mother with her 8-year-old daughter. To me, that was kind of foreign. I just use a restroom. It's kind of a private place, kind of a private thing. If I'm there with other guys, I'm kind of used to that. So, some of it's adapting, but, I suspect there's a lot of people that feel kind of the same way. So if there's something we can do to make that a safer space for everybody, I think I'd be more in favor of that than just saying it's not a safety issue, so we're not going to address it. I do think it needs to be addressed to some degree.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vice Chair Lichtel. And I guess the example I would use is I'm a big fan of consistency, because we are a multi-college district and a district administrative center. And I would imagine if we were just to remove the signs off the 2 bathrooms right here and just say, poof, they're multi-gender, that would be problematic, because we haven't thought about the architecture of the facilities and the other things that have gone into it. And I don't know if that's the case or history at Moore Park College, that they said, well, leave the urinals in there and let's not make it floor to ceiling. I don't know. I don't know the history of it, and I haven't been in those. And I also want to acknowledge, I haven't heard community members come to board meetings and saying this is a huge safety issue. But I think the solution to this would be as if there was a problem. This isn't the case, but at one of our 3 colleges, a lot of toilets were broken. We wouldn't say we need a safety policy and this and that. We just say, fix it, right? And I'm not saying this is something that needs to be fixed. I'm inclined to believe that there could be enhancements or adjustments to make it better, if that's the decision that the district and Moore Park College or the other colleges and even the board feels comfortable with. So, yeah, I don't have too much to add on based on what you've said, but what I don't want to happen is just to close out the evening and just pretend like this conversation didn't happen. I think it is worthy of some movement, some shape or form.
So I'm just going to summarize what I think I'm hearing from the board. So what Trustee Pachowski submitted doesn't fit under Board Policy 3500 under campus safety. And so perhaps not necessarily that there needs to be a policy, but it would fit much better under an administrative procedure. And then the chancellor alongside with the colleges can decide what it would look like, taking into consideration that there are some individuals that Trustee Pachowski mentioned have expressed to him that they feel uncomfortable, and perhaps there's something that the colleges are listening to the conversation and there's something that is perhaps put in place, but that's a conversation that would happen between the chancellors and the colleges within their operational work that they do to determine what that would look like. Did I capture it correctly? Is that what I'm hearing from the board? Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, with
So what does that mean moving
Yeah.
forward?
so that means moving forward.
So what?
So what that means is this isn't going to be added to board policy 3500. There isn't consensus from the board to actually include this language in BP 3500. So what I did hear from the board was an interest in just the chancellor along with his colleges. They took the information from, it seems like they're individuals wanting to look at the multi-use restrooms and having more of a privacy with those restrooms, and then just discussing what that would look like. And that's information that would be presented to the board. But that is what I heard from the board. In terms of what was presented, adding the language to board policy 3500, that's not added.
When can we expect that back?
Chancellor McLennan?
Yes, that depends what the board is directing me to do. What I would, so let me back up a second. When Trustee Pachowski and I had the conversation in February, I part of the answer wasn't no. It was there's a respect due from my office to the campuses about the internal decision-making processes that they have, that they operate under. And just as the administration at the colleges respects those participatory governance processes they did. You heard a little bit about that tonight in terms of some of the history about how Moorpark College got to this particular place. It sounded like just a brief snippet that I heard. It was thoughtful, it was engaged, people were involved in that process. However, absent a policy directing something to happen specifically, this is an operational matter. Doesn't mean that we're not hearing what the board and what individual board members are saying about this, and that we're not reviewing the work that's already, we came to a place in 2019. It could be that we need to go back and look at that work. And I know at Moorpark in particular, very technical questions are being asked and answered in terms of, okay, so we have urinals with partitions
between them.
I understand. I know what
Okay.
they look like.
People out there don't, and I say that.
I got that. If we take those urinals offline, is there are we getting into another, we create another unintended consequence of not having the required amount of spaces for that function? And do we create another problem? We don't think we do. We've asked and answered that question. So is there something we want to do more pragmatically with the urinals themselves? Other issues about floor to ceiling. I didn't know about the cracks being shielded in some way. I think that's good. Anything that increases comfort and privacy. I know that's being looked at. So the questions that have come up, I would agree with many of the speakers. We haven't had safety issues or safety concerns, and we certainly don't want to move away from having, for all the reasons, at least that I heard tonight, about the value of having these spaces, and also preserving choice for people who don't want to go into those spaces of having gender-specific bathrooms for them as well. It may be one floor up, one floor down. I understand the urgency that comes from time to time. So I think what my work would be to evaluate throughout the district what these spaces look like. Do we feel they offer as much privacy as we can possibly make, given the constraints that we may have around that? If we have 4 urinals, for example, on the second floor at Mar Park, can we take those spaces and turn those into 2 stalls instead of 4 urinals? We think we might be able to do that. Of course, there's a cost involved in these things. But the questions that have come up about comfort, I think they're legitimate questions. We've, again, 2019 to 2025, out of, moved on from the decision, and here we are today, and we haven't had any public complaints or student complaints or really incidents. The Ventura College incident is certainly noteworthy, could happen anywhere, not just on our college campuses. So I guess from what the board could expect is the confidence that we've heard this discussion. We're going to take it back into the assessment of what's happening on the campuses, and to the extent that we find a need to make adjustments to the way this is occurring now, we'll start planning for the changes to, again, mostly deal with the comfort issue.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan.
And I'd be happy to report back at some point when something changes around that and we make some decisions.
Thank you. So I'm sure it's the last item. I'm having trouble with my agenda. I believe it's 21.3, and it's just to go over, I believe it's parliamentary. It's board policies at 2340, 2310.
2310.
Okay, and I believe this is a policy regarding consideration to include a formal parliamentary procedure for the board. Trustee Paczewski?
Yeah, so a few months back, we had an issue where it was unclear to us as board members exactly what our parliamentary procedure was. And I had a conversation with Chair Torres, and she asked me to do a little research and maybe come back with policy suggestions, potential changes that we could make. So I went out and I did a little research. I looked at other community colleges in Southern California. Well, I think the overwhelming majority of them seem to use Robert's Rules of Order. I think there was one, I think it was Long Beach City College, that used a really obscure parliamentary procedure that I had never heard of before. And in looking at it, it seemed complicated. And so I opted not to include it as an option for us. But what I did find was I came across from the League of California Cities, a modified set of parliamentary rules called Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Now, the California League of Cities is made up of over 500 cities statewide, and many of the cities use Rosenberg's rules instead of Robert's rules. So the reason that's important is because Rosenberg's rules are relatively simple. And I managed to forget my copy of Robert's rules tonight. I meant to bring it as a prop to explain the difference. Rosenberg's rules amount to about 10 pages in the document that was provided in the board packet. That's straight from the League of California Cities website. In contrast, Robert's Rules of Order, the copies, and I do have multiple copies, the copies that I have are about 1.5 inches thick. So I saw the merit as I was kind of looking at this. I saw the merit in possibly considering Rosenberg's rules over Robert's rules, and I wasn't going to pretend to know what the board's preference was on this. So when I was putting this together at the request of Chair Torres, I said, well, I'll put it together. I'll put one version with Robert and one version with Rosenberg, and whatever the board decides they want to do, they can do. Democratic process, right? Whatever the majority decides they want to do, we can move forward with. But I think we saw the importance a few meetings ago of actually having a set parliamentary procedure that we knew what it was and that we could refer to and follow each and every meeting. And in fact, the overwhelming majority of community college districts here in Southern California all seem to have some sort of reference to parliamentary procedure in their board policies, whereas we do not. And it's that simple.
So after the meeting that Trustee Pachowski is referencing, he was concerned. So I said, if you'd like, you can take a look to see what are those parliamentary procedures that they have at the community colleges. And this is something that you can bring to the board, and then we can discuss it if we want to consider to have a formal parliamentary procedure. So this discussion is simply, so the board really at this moment is to discuss, do we want to adopt and include a formal parliamentary procedure, whether it's Robert's Rules of Order, whether it's what Trustee Pachowski presented here, Rosenberg's, or it could be simply we're not interested and we like what how we've been operating up to this point with what we have, the procedures in place. And we can do that as well. But given the most recent, well, 2 months ago or 3 months ago, the vote, there was now an interest to take a look at, do we want to have something in our board policy because we don't have it. So this is coming to the board, Trustee Pachowski presenting it to see if there is an interest to have something formalized or to leave it as it currently is.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Lichto.
So first of all, thank you to Trustee Pachowski for doing the legwork and providing the information this evening. I wasn't familiar with, not familiar with Rosenberg's rules.
Neither
of
was
order.
I till I did.
I'm very familiar with Robert's Rules of Order. It is complex. And I think that one of the issues that I learned in a previous board that I served on years ago, where we had adopted Robert's Rules of Order previous to that, is that if you're not intimately familiar with the actual rules and the nuance of it, you get called out for not following a procedure that nobody would even suspect exists. So that was my concern to begin with adopting any kind of a procedure like that, is that I think Robert's Rules of Order, I think for our purposes, I think is overly complex maybe, and maybe not necessary. So I would be interested in looking at Rosenberg's or creating something that works for us, if that would work. And so I would suggest that we either have an ad hoc committee that could review that, potentially Rosenberg's, and we move that forward. I do think it's important for us to have, especially in light of Trustee Pachowski's comment that other districts have either adopted a procedure. I think it's important for us to fall in line as well. And I'm surprised that we don't have that as part of our board policies and administrative regulations from either the league or wherever we get that information from. So I'm in favor of moving it forward and investigating it, seeing what fits best for our district.
Trustee Mantu, Trustee Chancellor. You don't have to, but I'm interested in hearing what you have to say.
Have to. I think it's important that we have some kind of structure. In my time dealing with the Ventura County Board of Education, we had a policy that addressed the need for modeling the meeting conduct on Robert's Rules of Order, but we were not required to do it because sometimes the old adage, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword, can bite you. But I would think a reference to some kind of structure that we could fall back upon is not a bad idea. It's going to be, I think we have to be careful on how we propose the language. For example, in our current policy, it actually says once per month we will have a board meeting. What happened last month? We violated policy because we didn't put in any qualifier, allowing for the cancellation of a meeting. So I think it has to be nuanced, but I think a structure is a good idea, and this is something we should study.
Thank you. We made up for it last month.
And we met twice in June.
Only meeting once, so if we meet more than that, we're in violation, right?
Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, but Lou's not going to be on the hook tonight. It's too early still.
Did you have a comment, Trustee? Okay, so what I'm hearing from the board is consensus to be able to explore what a parliamentary procedure, what is it that we would have? So we have something in our board policy. A recommendation was made of an ad hoc committee that can possibly look and explore what that would look like.
Chair Torres, the funny thing was when I submitted this, I thought this was going to the ad hoc committee in the first place, and it landed on our agenda tonight. I wasn't expecting this for tonight, so I'd suggest we just send it to you and Vice Chair Lichtel, since you guys are doing going over the 2000s in the first place.
That's what I'm thinking. So that just, and I'll talk to Trustee Lichtel and I'll let the board know if we decide to do an ad hoc committee, because this does require additional research and looking into various colleges and getting opinions. A little bit more work than what we're doing with the 2000. So I'll speak with Trustee Lichtel and then we'll make a decision together whether we'll make an ad hoc committee or we'll be the ones to be able to look into this. So with this, thank you everyone for being here tonight. We are adjourning this meeting at 11:20.